Okay, good evening, everybody. We're going to get started. If everybody could take their seats, please. Is this on? Hello? Hello? Red is dead. We're going to get started. If you could silence your phones, please. Call this meeting to order. It is 7 o'clock. It is October 14th, the regularly scheduled Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. We'll start with a roll call, please.
Here. Here.
Here. Here. I am here. Is anybody feeling like it's too low? Can everybody hear me? No? Yeah, so there's been a request to get the volume up if we could. I know mine's red is dead, so okay, I'll speak a little bit closer. Much better. Okay, agenda item 1 is the approval of minutes. That's the September 9th meeting minutes that were included in our agenda packet. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
That's Member McNally. Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Hanley, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion is approved. Minutes are approved. Agenda item 3 is the community development report. Staff.
I have no report this evening.
Okay, great. Moving on to the substantive portion of tonight's agenda. Without exception, I'd like to make a modification to tonight's agenda moving forward. Case number 2420 V2 595 Elm Street ahead of the 225 Sheridan Road Centennial Park and Beach project. If no objection from anybody up here on staff, thank you. We'll proceed then with tonight's presentation by staff on 595 Elm Street.
Good evening. This is an application for a residential property. They're proposing an addition that is requesting a reduction in the required side yard setback. Constitutes a major variation. The final jurisdiction goes to the Village Council. Just briefly about the subject property. This is located on the northwest corner of Elm Street and Walnut. It is zoned R4 single-family residential. It's also surrounded by the same zoning district. This is located towards the eastern side of the village. You can see some of the proximity of Spruce Street to the north, Cedar Street towards the west, etc. The house is legally non-conforming in the sense that it encroaches into the required side yard setback. The side yard setback is 12 feet. It encroaches as so. They are requesting a reduction in that setback, required setback by 6.02 feet. Just want to show what the front facade looks like along the south, along Elm Street. You will see the garage on the left. Right above the garage is where they are proposing a second-story addition for a primary bedroom and a walk-in closet. Their goal would be to remove the roof on that garage and install a second-story addition that is somewhat continuous with the rest of the building line. And that west building wall would be extended vertically upwards, and that constitutes an increasing of an existing nonconformity. Just to briefly show where the existing conditions are and where the major variation would be. They would not be further encroaching into the side yard, but they still are extending that west building wall. That's a deviation of 50.17%, thus why it is a major variation. There is only one other nonconformity for the corner yard setback towards the east along Walnut, but otherwise all aspects of the property are, or the house are conforming. This is a floor plan showing the proposed construction along the second floor. The area highlighted in yellow would be where the bedroom would be constructed. Pretty self-explanatory. And these are the elevation renderings of the south and west elevations, just showing above the garage where the addition would be located, obviously highlighted in yellow. As we previously noted, this is final jurisdiction for Village Council. Page 405 in the agenda packet, which will show the options for recommendations to a council. This also could be continued if such. The architect to represent the homeowners is here to answer any questions. Did you have any questions for staff before we offer that opportunity?
Thank you for the presentation. Any members of the ZBA have questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Okay, thank you so much. Is the members applicant here? Hi. Ms. Healy, come forward. We'll swear you in. Raise your right hand, please. You promise the testimony you give tonight to this board shall be the truth?
I do.
And your name, please, for the record?
Healy Rice, I'm the architect for the project, and I'm here on behalf of Holly and Jeff Tyson, who are the homeowners.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Floor is yours if you have any remarks you'd like to make.
I think Chris pretty much summarized what we're requesting to do. We did request the HIAIS variance, not variance, the bonus, historic
Sure.
bonus, and we were granted that in September. We were hoping to be able to put this master bedroom, bathroom addition over the existing garage. As I noted in the rundown, the addition that was built in 2002 expanded the garage to this, at that time, conforming side yard setback, and that's what we're seeking to extend upward to add the second story. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions. The rear addition is taller than the existing house, and so stepping up and over the back of that was just more complicated. We felt
Sure.
this was the more logical location.
Sure. Anybody have any questions for the applicant's representative?
I have a question.
Sure. Member Hanley?
Actually, my question is for staff. Sorry. If they had done any addition anywhere, it still would have triggered variation. Is that correct?
The property was granted the historic GFA bonus for its historic significance, but they could have potentially located this addition to take advantage of that extra GFA at another part of the house that did not require a side yard variation. So
Triggered a side yard variation because they were doing an addition, or only because they're doing an addition that touches the side yard variance?
because they are doing an addition that is within the required side yard setback, that is the reason for the variation. If they had done it more towards the center, it would not necessarily have required a variation.
Okay.
May I ask another question of you while you're up there? Was there any comment letters received by neighbors, particularly 602 or any abutting neighbors?
I apologize, I did not mention that. We did not receive any public comments for this application
Okay.
from the notice.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant or staff? Thank you, Ms. Rice.
Excuse me, I do have a question. The space that's over top of the side door, which alters the window and then the look of the property, you know, as it was from a historic perspective, what does that, why was that done? Or is it simply to continue the roof line over, or?
It's a combination, it's a hallway that will connect into the new bedroom there, and so we're just covering what is now one story with that second floor.
Okay, it looked like it was more of a, not the hallway itself, maybe I just couldn't see it. So it is necessary for the hallway?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it too is set back from the front of the house and continues the same line as the garage.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Are there any members of the public here tonight wish to give public comment on this application? Seeing none, we will close public comment, bring this in for deliberation. I'll start just to get us moving. Obviously, there are times at which we question our role up here and its utility and what powers we might provide to the zoning administrator to handle particular cases like this. With an existing nonconformity already there on the property on the side yard and with no other relief being sought, this project to me is not at all questionable. The standard, you know, that we would look at here to potentially way out is the first standard as to the reasonable return. In every other regard, the standards that we have to look at here have been met, or I believe are met, in terms of the ask. It is over 50%, and so that is why we're just a recommending body here, but it's a shudder to think that this even needs to go up to the village council, given the pressing issues that they have on their plate. So I would be in favor of recommending approval on the basis that this is an existing nonconformity, that they're simply taking advantage of squaring off the house, and I wish them well on the project, but that's where I am. Todd, you want to start?
I'm in agreement, so see no issue with it.
Mark?
No, I'm okay with it. The only one I looked at was number 4, adequate supply of light, because they are going up in that area relative to the other property. But seeing that as there's been no objection, I'm not uncomfortable with it at all.
Kate?
So like you, because this is just going straight up, it's not actually impinging further. And, you know, I had to read it a couple of times to make sure that we are just going straight up. I like the renderings. I think that it's going to retain the look and feel, and that it will, you know, keep one of our beautiful historic homes, you know, just carrying it into a new generation. So I am for this as well.
Great. Lynn?
Yes, I agree that since it's just a continuation of the existing nonconformity, I have no objections.
Catherine?
Likewise, the fact it's on the existing footprint and it's architecturally consistent works for me.
Mr. Nielsen?
I agree with you, Matt, that standard 1 is, you know, we want to meet all 8 of the standards. And I feel we can yield a reasonable return without doing this. That said, that's the one standard that the village we live in and all things that take place in it is the hardest one. And again, we are going straight up. We're not creating a bigger setback. So I would vote for approval.
Great. I believe we have a sufficient number of votes to move forward. I would entertain a motion to recommend approval as included on page 405 and 406 of our packet.
So moved.
Member McNally, do I have a second?
Second.
Member Nielsen, roll call vote, please.
Member Castile McNally?
Yes.
Member Nielsen?
I'm having real audio problems.
Yes. We can't hear you.
You asked Mr. Nielsen, right?
I did. Member Nielsen?
Yes.
Member Haller?
Yes.
Member Leister? Yes. Member Vender?
Yes.
Member Hanley?
Yes.
Chair Bradley?
Yes. By my count, the yeas have it. Congratulations, and we'll see you down the road. Good luck at the Village Council. Okay, moving on. Oh, no, that's it for tonight. No, I'm just kidding. Moving on then to case number 2025 Sheridan Road, otherwise known as Centennial Park and Beach. This is an application seeking approval of a special use permit to allow construction improvements to that existing park and beach, zoning variations to allow for fences and walls to exceed the maximum permitted wall and fence heights in the front yard setback, and then steep slope exceptions to allow walkways, retaining walls, and the like. Village Council, it has final jurisdiction on this, so we are just a recommending body. I will say at the outset, and before we get going here, some people, maybe you come to these meetings a lot. For others of you, it might be your first time here. I just want to walk you through a little bit of parliamentary procedure and how we're going to handle this tonight. So first and above all else, I want to make sure there is proper decorum at all times. Please silence your phones. No outbursts. You know, we are all citizens of this community. I would hope that we would treat each other with respect, whether you're at the microphone or seating in the stands or up here on the dais. We should all have civility in our hearts and our minds tonight. As far as how this case will move, we are going to hear firstly from village staff. That presentation will run its course, upon which we will then hear from the applicant. We will allow them to present to us. We will ask at least 1 or 2 primary questions of staff and the applicant, just to sort of get some information up here, but then we were going to turn into public comment. So this is a little bit out of scope of how we normally would process this, but we want to make sure everybody here has a chance to get their public comments heard tonight. We appreciate you've taken the time to be here tonight, and we want to make sure that we get your comments in the record. And then we will bring it back up here for deliberations. Did I miss anything? Okay. With that, we'll turn it over to staff for their always capable presentation.
Good evening. So I'm going to start with some background information, and then I'll turn it over to Ann, who will go over the more specifics regarding the request before you. So first off, want to talk about the Winnetka Park District as an applicant, then the village's role in the special use process, and then the public trust doctrine. For those of you who may not be aware, the Winnetka Park District is a separate governmental agency from the village. The eligible voters of the Park District elect a Board of Commissioners, which is the governing body of that district. That board makes all decisions regarding the district's use of the land it owns. However, the use of that land must be consistent with the village zoning ordinance. As with any proposed use, a property owner has the right to submit an application requesting approvals for special use, variations, exceptions for any proposed development that is an allowed special use within a particular zoning district. Once a property owner has submitted such zoning relief applications, the village has an obligation to process the application according to the rules of procedure established in the village's zoning ordinance. The Park District has chosen to first proceed with a zoning relief application for Centennial Park and Beach, which is allowed since Centennial Park and Beach is a separate legal parcel from Elder Lane Park and Beach. Staff would note the Park District has submitted a zoning relief application for proposed improvements at Elder Lane Park, which are currently being reviewed by staff. Once those materials are determined to be complete, the application will be ready for consideration by the village's advisory bodies. With any development project, there are various types of review by the village. Some are administrative reviews handled by staff, and other reviews involve a public review process. This table summarizes the role of village staff, the advisory bodies, and the village council in the various aspects of the village approval process. If it were not for the requested zoning relief, staff would be able to review and approve the project administratively if the applicant is able to demonstrate that the proposed improvements comply with applicable building and site improvement codes, such as stormwater requirements, as well as the recently adopted lakefront construction regulations and steep slope regulations. If a proposed development does require approval of some type of zoning entitlement relief, during village's staff review of the zoning entitlement application, staff will conduct a preliminary review of the project for code requirements to determine if the development should be able to, in general terms, comply with the administrative code requirements. Now I'd like to give an overview of the recently adopted lakefront construction regulations and steep slope regulations. This is a very high-level overview, so you become a little more familiar with these regulations. In early 2023, the Village Council adopted Chapter 15.78, the lakefront construction regulations, this chapter to the Village Code. The regulations give the village the authority to review and approve improvements along, adjacent to, and within Lake Michigan that require permits from these four agencies: the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District of Greater Chicago, or the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency. As the code is written, the review and approval of such permit is handled administratively by the village director of engineering in consultation with the village's coastal engineering consultant. The director's review and approval are based upon a set of criteria included in the village code, an excerpt of which can be found on page 175 of 419 of the meeting agenda packet. The village's review and approval of such permit occurs after the applicable zoning approvals and regulatory agencies review and approve their respective permits. Earlier this year, the Village Council adopted the steep slope regulations as part of the zoning ordinance of the Village Code. The purpose of the regulation is to regulate development along or near steep slope areas to protect slope stability along Lake Michigan. The ordinance defines what's called the slope impact area, which consists of the steep slope zone and the slope transition area. Based upon this definition, the area of the slope impact area varies from property to property depending upon the height of the bluff and the steepness of the slope. Generally, taller the bluff or steeper the slope, the greater the slope impact area. The Village Council has determined that only certain structures may locate within the steep slope zone, which is the area in red. Any structure that's allowed by other codes may be constructed within the slope transition area. That's the area in magenta. Whether the structures are in the steep slope zone or the slope transition area, the development must meet applicable regulations, including geotechnical and structural engineering standards, which are defined by the ordinance. This slide provides a summary of the types of development that are allowed in the steep slope zone, subject to meeting the development standards of the ordinance. It includes decks of a limited size, stairs of a limited width, retaining walls when necessary for stabilization of the slope, mechanical or electrical lifts, fences, and rebuilt or remodeled structures as long as they're within the previously existing structure footprint and within the structure's previous dimensions. In addition, the steep zone allows the constructions of boathouses of certain sizes and a limited amount of cantilevering a principal structure over a steep slope zone. And as I mentioned before, in the slope transition area, the development that is authorized is what is allowed under the codes and regulations of the village. The steep slope regulations include a provision that allows Village Council to grant exceptions to the regulations as part of granting a special use permit if the development includes a structure that would not otherwise be allowed under steep slope regulation. This slide just includes a few potential examples of what that may include. The draft ordinance includes development standards for the slope impact area, which includes both the steep slope zone and slope transition area. As with the lakefront construction regulations, the steep slope regulations are also administratively reviewed and approved through the village's permit review process by the village's Director of Engineering with the assistance of the village's coastal engineering consultant. They review the plans based upon this set of development standards, which are further elaborated in the ordinance. As previously stated, the administrative review of improvements for either the lakefront construction regulations or the steep slope regulations come after the zoning relief process. In this instance, zoning relief being considered by the village's advisory bodies and village council are a special use permit, front yard setback variations, and steep slope exceptions. When a project requires zoning relief, staff will conduct a preliminary review of the project for code compliance to determine if the development should be able to comply with administrative code requirements. Detailed construction plans are not required at this point, but sufficient information must be submitted so staff can determine if the proposed layout can be achieved and should be able to comply with the village code requirements. For staff to finally determine that, they will have to submit all of the detailed requirements as part of the permitting process. If the council should approve a special use permit and during the building permit process an applicant changes the design of the project to such an extent that it would be considered a major change, the applicant would be required to go through the full special use permit process again before staff would be able to issue a building permit for the project. Now to talk about the public trust doctrine. Given the proposed improvements are located along the lakefront, it is important to review the nature and extent of the public trust doctrine. At the January 10th, 2023 Village Council study session, the village attorney reviewed a memorandum summarizing governmental jurisdiction as well as property rights and access along Lake Michigan. A copy of this memorandum can be found in the agenda packet for that meeting on the village's website. Illinois courts have held that the boundary between private land and land owned by the state in public trust is the line where the water usually stands when unaffected by storms or other disturbing causes. This line is variously referred to by many names, but in Illinois it's referred to as the normal water line. The normal water line may change over time as a result of various processes, including accretion, reliction, and erosion. Accretion is the increase or reclamation of land along the shoreline due to the deposit by water of solid materials such as mud, sand, or sediment. Reliction is the creation of dry land due to the recession of water. Similarly, dry land may become submerged by the erosion or removal of solid materials from the shoreline. Gradual changes to the normal water line gradual changes to the normal water line over time, resulting in either increases or decreases in the amount of dry land, are an inherent and essential attribute of the original property, and the property line changes with the normal water line. However, if the addition or loss of property is sudden, for example, caused by a violent storm, then the property line does not change. In the case of a sudden loss of land, the owner may assert control over and reclaim the submerged land. The test of what is gradual as opposed to sudden is that though the witnesses may see from time to time the progress has been made, they could not perceive it while the process was going on. Although a riparian owner may protect his property from erosion, he has no right to effect an increase of his own land. the result of which would be corresponding loss of land owned by the state in the trust for the public. Again, the owner of real estate fronting on Lake Michigan owns the property to the normal water line, and the land east of the normal water line is owned by the state in trust for the public. So with that background, I'm going to turn it over to Ann to go over the specifics of this zoning request.
Thank you, David.
I think we're all familiar with the location of the subject property on the east side of Sheridan Road. It is zoned R2 Single Family Residential, and it is located in the Lakefront Preservation Overlay District. Public parks and recreation facilities are allowed as a special use in the R2 district. Given the subject property remains under public ownership, the Lakefront Preservation Overlay District regulations currently do not apply, but would apply should any portion of the public park become privately owned. Included in the staff report are images of the park from the tableland and along the bluff, as well as photos along the lakefront looking north and photos looking south. The applicant has also included photos of the site in its application materials. The applicant will go into detail regarding its proposed use and improvements for the property, but I'll just quickly, as quickly as I can, provide an overview of the proposed improvements and uses. So on the tableland, the proposed improvements consist of expanding the existing 5-foot walkway that's currently from the turnaround to a 10-foot wide walkway, relocation of a bench that's currently located mid-bluff up onto the tableland towards the center of the site. The existing bench that's currently located on the south side of the property would be replaced with an overlook seating node that would accommodate 2 benches. And lastly, resurfacing of the parking lot, not expansion, but resurfacing of the lot. So the use would essentially remain the same as it is today. The proposed improvements in the bluff consist of the following, which are identified here in this image: an ADA and maintenance walkway 10 feet in width that would have retaining walls. The existing mid-bluff seating area and walkway would be reconfigured to provide access to the proposed walkway just mentioned. Stone steps from the existing walkway on the tableland down to the reconfigured seating area. That's towards the center there. An elevated wooden staircase, 5 feet in width, that would provide a connection from the walkway to the proposed boardwalk below. And lastly, at the northeast corner of the site, new steel sheet piling is proposed to replace the existing wooden timbers and sheet piling. The landscape plan is divided into 4 different restoration and planting zones that are identified here. The applicant's plan also includes extensive clearing of invasive species, as well as removal of dead and dying trees. As I'm sure you noticed in the application materials, a large number of trees are being removed, which the applicant can explain in more detail. So along the lakefront or down at the beach level, the proposed improvements include an ADA, the walkway that was previously noted that would also serve as maintenance access. It would lead to a 12-foot wide boardwalk constructed of concrete that would be elevated above the beach. Now, east of this boardwalk would be an access ramp to the proposed swimming beach. Also from the boardwalk would be 3 staircases, 1 to the swimming beach, 1 to the dog beach, and 1 on the far southern end of the boardwalk to provide access to property south of the site for those walking along the shoreline. Now, between the swimming beach and the dog beach would be a pier. The proposed pier would replace an existing steel pile groin that currently splits the beach. The south side of the pier would have fencing to provide a boundary for the dog beach. And benches are also proposed along the pier, the vertical portion, as well as at the end of the pier. The applicant's plan also includes beach nourishment, which would increase the elevation of the sand so that the boardwalk would be approximately 1.5 to 4 feet above the beach. The off-leash dog beach would have controlled access, just like it does today, that would restrict access to registered users with the use of a fob. It would be bordered by a 5-foot-tall black fence on the west and south sides of the dog beach. The north boundary would be a 3.5-foot-tall fence on the pier. The southern portion of the proposed fencing would be located on top of the existing steel groin. So the applicant is proposing the public would be allowed to access along the lakefront as illustrated in these images. So to walk along the beach, the public would need to use the proposed boardwalk and its ramp or stairs, given the fencing around the dog park. The dog beach fence would be offset approximately 12.5 feet from the existing north-south seawall to maintain public access along the beach without having to walk through the dog beach. Along the south property line, one walking the beach would need to walk between the existing steel groin on which the dog fence would be placed and the new stone groin associated with the property to the south. The applicant has stated that this portion of the path would be 6 feet at its narrowest point. So now I'll go through the relief that's being requested in order to allow those proposed improvements. So a special use permit is required to allow the improvements to the existing park, the swimming beach, as well as the off-leash dog beach. The zoning ordinance allows fences, walls, or a combination of the two within a required yard that is no taller than 6.5 feet from natural grade, natural meaning existing. The proposed steel sheet piling, boardwalk, and fencing, and a portion of the pier with fencing exceed the permitted height and therefore require approval of a zoning variation. The specific heights are identified here in the table. As David explained earlier, the steep slope regulations do allow certain uses and structures within the steep slope zone. 3 elements of the proposed plan require exceptions from those 2 permitted structures, stairs and retaining walls. To go from the top of the bluff to the toe of the bluff, the steep slope regulations allow stairs that are no more than 5 feet in width and landings that are no more than 50 square feet. Retaining walls necessary for bluff stabilization are also allowed. The proposed walkway, the outcropping stone stairs, and the reconfigured mid-bluff walkway and seating area requires steep slope exceptions as they are all more than 5 feet in width. So both the Plan Commission and the Design Review Board will also be considering the proposed plan. Those bodies will consider the application once the zoning board has completed its review. In terms of staff review and comments, the police department does recommend installation of security cameras for the park and beach. Also, given the design of the proposed pier, will allow wave action over the top. The applicant has stated that it will have signage, as they do at other swimming beaches, that will inform the public of lake conditions. The signs would be monitored and changed as needed. They also anticipate installing temporary barricades at the pier entrance when needed. The Director of Engineering recommends installation of a permanent solution to ensure public safety at all times. These two recommendations from staff have not been incorporated into the proposed plans. So as you know, the ZBA is to evaluate special uses and associated steep slope exceptions for consistency with the 6 standards for granting special use permit, as well as evaluate variations for consistency with the 8 standards for granting a variation. The standards are included on pages 28 and 29 of your packet. This slide simply includes the special use standards, and here we have listed the variation standards. Some of the standards have some similar aspects as the special use standards, but also contain standards that look at the potential uniqueness of the property and the proposed improvements to warrant granting a variation from the standard village zoning regulations. So after hearing from the applicant and the public, the board may decide to act on one of 2 options. One, continue the public hearing to a specific date to provide the applicant or staff time to provide additional information, or 2, consider a motion recommending approval or denial to the village council. Draft language has been provided for you, which starts on page 28 of your agenda packet. I have nothing further.
Great, thank you, Ann. Normally, this would be the point where we would ask questions of staff. We're going to hold on that, hear from the applicant, and then combine our questions of staff and applicant at the same time, if that's acceptable from everybody up here. Thank you, Ann, so much. Given we're now obviously part of the public hearing, and it's time for everybody to stretch, let's have everybody, including the applicant, anybody who intends to give public testimony tonight, could I ask you please to rise? Great. Will you all raise your right hand? I'll repeat after me. Do you promise that the testimony you'll give tonight to this board shall be the truth? Yes. Wonderful. You guys sound great. All right. We'll start then with our applicant and the applicant's representatives if they're here tonight. Good evening. Could we just get your name for the record as well, name and address?
Sure. My name is Christina Cotto. I'm the president of the Board of Commissioners of the Winnetka Park District. I live at 1149 Ash Street, and I'm in the 6th year of public service.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight for this important meeting regarding the Centennial Park and Beach project. We appreciate the time and effort you've taken to be here with us. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the proposed plans for repairs, protections, and ADA access elements for Centennial Park and Beach, a cherished community asset. Our goal is to ensure that this project aligns not only with the mission statement of the Winnetka Park District and the Village of Winnetka 2040 plan and the new village zoning regulations, but also incorporates the changes recommended by Winnetka residents over the past 2 years while preserving the natural beauty of the lake environment. Tonight, Winnetka Park District staff and consultants will present the Centennial improvements, reviewing the project from its starting point, the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 plan, to the plan we are presenting tonight, the result of hundreds of hours of engagement and review. Tonight's plan has been revised from our original plan submitted April of 2022 that was withdrawn by the Park Board in June 2022. The current plan was amended to prioritize improved and expanded views and reduce the impact of large breakwaters as requested by Winnetka residents. Centennial is our 4th beach project following Maple, Tower, and Lloyd. As of last Thursday's Park Board meeting, the Park District had received 220 pages of public comments and questions, which we have read, and as of Friday, we had received another 100 pages, which has also been considered. At the direction of the village staff and the village civic leadership, we are keen to discuss elements of the Centennial Plan tonight that are pertinent to this board, the Zoning Board of Appeals. We have a detailed 45-minute presentation. We checked with Chair Bradley. There seems to be time in the agenda for this, so we're thankful for that. We're grateful for your commitment to the process. We're excited for the opportunity to present this evening at the first of at least 4 meetings for the Centennial Park and Beach special permit process. I'd like to introduce the talented staff and consultants here tonight. Shannon Nazal, the Executive Director of the Winnetka Park District, Costa Catullas, Director of Parks and Maintenance, and the members of our design team, Scott Freris from the Lakota Group, Bill Loftus from Spaceco Engineering, and Adam Simon, our Winnetka Park District Attorney from Ansel Glink. Costa and Scott, I'll turn it over to you.
Christina, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for your time tonight. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Park District as it relates to our Centennial Beach and Bluff improvements. I'm here tonight with Scott Ferris from the Lakota Group. Scott and I will be going through the majority of the presentation and bringing in other elements, both Bill and Shannon appropriately for other elements of the presentation this evening. I'd like to thank David and Ann for the time, along with the rest of the village staff through the village process thus far for the special use permit. They've been very accommodating and helpful, helping us learn, as well as I'm sure they've been learning through the new ordinances that have been adopted as we're working our way through this process. So we're excited to be able to start down this road. Tonight we're going to be going through the agenda, talking through the history of the master plan, talking through the lakefront parks and implementation plan that happened in 2018, talk a little bit more about the background around the Centennial project, talk about the value of the regulatory review and the steps that we have to take moving forward beyond this, this first permitting meeting, along with why we're here and then the proposed plan design. Scott?
Chairman Bradley and Commissioners, thank you for the time. Scott Ferris with the Lakota Group. We wanted to start this conversation this evening, as we have in previous dialogues, to go back about 10 years. The process that enabled us to be before you this evening started with the genesis of creating a master plan for the lakefront. The Park District in 2014 initiated a process that said we need to reinvest and relook at our assets. We need to make sure we are taking care of the village's environmental resources, particularly the Lake Michigan shoreline, which I think we all appreciate very much. That's why we live here. It is a great opportunity for us to look at that, and it was a great opportunity for us to find ways to establish improved programming, improved access, improved efficiency, improved operations, safety, circulation, and a big word which you are going to hear a lot tonight is access. And access isn't just in the form of being able to walk down the beach. Access is visually seeing that beach and providing visual and accessible access to all members of the community. We looked at the intergenerational aspects of it. So the first part of this process started with an investigation at the state level. We spoke to the Illinois Department of Natural Resources back in 2014, and concurrently they've provided a program called the Sustainable Shoreline Grant Program. That program established through the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, supported by NOAA at a national level, looked at our shoreline systems of the Lake Michigan area, not just in Chicago, but the entire Lake Michigan region, and said, how are people, how are communities dealing with erosion and the change that climate effect has had on our waterfronts, and particularly the bluffs that adjoin those areas. We were fortunate enough to write a grant. Park District put together a grant for funding to study their lakefront. This was going to be the genesis of developing a master plan. They were awarded that grant. They supplanted that grant with additional monies that the Park District had, and they put together a master plan process. That master plan process, the 2030 Lakefront Master Plan, started in was approved in 2016. It started in 2014. It started the public engagement process in 2014 to find out where people were on the topic of how important the lakefront was to them and what we need to do to strengthen it and make it a valuable asset for the community. Now, I say that because that's been followed up subsequently with a bluff restoration master plan. That bluff restoration master plan was approved in 2019. It was, again, supported by grant funding from the state of Illinois. The state of Illinois said, thanks, you did a great job on that master plan that you did. We want to see things implemented. It's nice to do plans. We all do plans, but it's nice to see things implemented. We want you to move this forward into implementation. Park District said, well, the first step in our process of our master plan is to take care of our bluffs. We need to develop an action plan for our bluffs. They're mainly invasive species controlled. As we spoke to the idea of providing access, both visual and physical access through these areas, and we need to stabilize them. So that plan and that process, again, funded by IDNR, moved forward in 2019. The process of beginning the investment in the beaches was happening at the same time. And at the same time, or right along the same time of that, the village embarked on a strategic comprehensive plan. And that strategic comprehensive plan that some of the members here are familiar with concluded at an approved level in 2023. And it was important to recognize that because many of the tenets that are built into that comprehensive plan are indicative of the actions the Park District is taking to take care of this public asset.
Scott, thank you. One of the other things that we want to make sure that people understand is the lake itself, Lake Michigan, and the evolution of the lake in regards to the high and low lake levels that we've seen over the course of the last 10 plus years. And I say the last 10 plus years is because the most dramatic events that have occurred, we've seen, unfortunately, dating back to 2013 in January, where you can see in the image in the lower left-hand corner, show the lake when it was at all-time low lake level. At that point, the lake was approximately 576 feet in elevation. And you can see there where Lloyd, you might be familiar with the boat launch, was actually landlocked where there was no water into the launch because the lake was that low. Fast forward 2020, we're experiencing one of the near time record highs. Lake bounces back near the elevation about 582, and all of a sudden now we have an abundance of issues. You might remember the work that we did at Lloyd to protect the beach house and the bluffs there, the bluffs that we lost as part of that. So as we pushed forward and we went ahead and looked to engage in our master plan and take those plans from planning phases to put them into action, we've identified these things as placeholders that need to be addressed and made sure that we take a look at these through the planning process. So just want to draw a little bit of history to the ebb and flow of Lake Michigan. Yes, we are trending now, but you can rest assured at some point in the near future that we'll be trending back up. And we want to take proactive action now to protect our assets for the future so we can sustain through those evolutions of Lake Michigan. Scott?
I mentioned the master plan, the 2030 plan. Just to briefly speak to it, as I mentioned, it's to create a strategic and unified community vision for the future of Winnebago's shoreline. And when we use that word strategic and unified community vision, it was built on a lot of conversation. And I know there's been a lot of dialogue about the conversation, the change that has occurred to the plan that's before you this evening that was established over the last 2 years, 2022 and 2023. I think everybody recognizes that this process started years ago. We started with our work at Tower, we started with our work at Lloyd, we started with our work at Maple, and we've now moved to the two parks at Elder and Centennial. And that mission hasn't changed. That mission has always been the same. And a lot of the tenets that were inherent in the initial process developing that plan are still here. And they're built around sustainable strategies for both operational excellence of those areas by the Park District, but also preservation, protection, and restoration of our shoreline. That was really the guide behind all of this. It wasn't to go build new facilities all over the place, and it wasn't to overload the parking lots, but it was really meant to think about how are we taking care of this asset. And frankly, this asset was forgotten about for years. We think about our ball fields, we think about our more active pursuits, but this was really focused on the passive pursuits and the active pursuits that Lake Michigan opportunity provides all residents. We established a steering committee. Our consulting team that was involved, we've highlighted our folks here, who spent an awful lot of time over all of these last years, particularly in the first 2 or 3 years. The folks on the bottom were active participants in developing the strategy for the master plan. We had a 7 or 8 member steering committee of local residents with varying backgrounds in engineering and environmental sciences, water, sport and recreation, and we used those folks as the guiding group to help us evaluate what the community was thinking, what were important. We established guiding pillars that were part of that. There were 7 pillars. Those were enhanced recreation, open space facilities and programming for Winnetka residents, develop facilities with intergenerational appeal. We heard loud and clear in our conversations with folks when we went through the engagement process early on. This needs to be for people of all ages. There's a lot of people of older generation, I think we're all getting there, that not going to go swimming in the beach and just want to sit there and look out over the water. That's okay. That's part of the experience. And they also want to be able to get down to that water in an easy and safe manner. We want to facilitate safe and convenient access. We want to support and enhance Lake Michigan ecosystems, adapt a sustainable operations model, how we take care of these beaches. It's not just putting the money in to make them look nice, it's also thinking about how we take care of them moving forward as an institution, as a community. Expose and inform Winnetka residents to the value of the public lakefront. When we started this process, there were numerous people involved in our engagement that had never used the beach. They knew it was there, but they had never used it. Their lives were too busy. They didn't go down there. They didn't care about it. That's, I believe, I think the Park District believes that's changed over the last 10 years as we've invested in those beaches. People are making it an effort to go down there and use that. And I can tell you, as a fact of a matter, that during COVID, it was one of the biggest things that people used was to go down there, to use our walking systems and find respite in our lakefront and the views that were out to that lake area. And we also wanted to expose or encourage and seek partnerships, both public and private. So this is also looking at the opportunities to fund this through various opportunities as we implement that plan. In 2018, we completed or almost completed the comprehensive study. In 19, I think we were done with the Bluffland process. And that was really built around how do we establish bluff habitats, how do we revegetate these areas. You'll see in your packet tonight as part of our plan, there is a revegetation process that's to our bluffs. So we were removing invasive species. We're not just living with what's there, we're removing what needs to go, and then we're reestablishing what should be there to add value, to add ecosystem value, to add habitat value, and to think about how we can maintain this as an effective steward of the land moving forward. I put this up here because I think this is important. There's a couple points to be made here, and as a regulating body, as a zoning board, it's inherent to go back to our comprehensive plan. It's a guide for the community. It sets standards for how we conduct business. It sets standards for what's important to this community. And there's a whole host of tenets that are built into the Winnetka 2040 comprehensive plan. They're very important. And they talk about many things, but most importantly, they talk about the partnerships between intergovernmental agencies, and they talk about efficient government, and they talk about working together to solve problems in our community. This plan was adopted in 2040. The comprehensive plan speaks to all of our governmental entities and their importance in providing services to this community, and in the case of the Park District, how important they are to providing our residents abundant open spaces in the natural area habitat throughout the community. The comprehensive plan supports the Lakefront Master Plan, shoreline and bluff stabilization goals and visions. It's identified in the comprehensive plan as a tenet on page 157 of the comprehensive plan, and I won't go through that. That's a gigantic document in its own right, but it speaks to the topics that we are talking about tonight. It acknowledges that our shoreline is an important thing that we need to maintain. That we need to address the issues of erosion and destruction that are caused by climate change and the changing water levels along our area. It acknowledges the Park District's efforts to restore and monitor its parkland areas. And it speaks to the mission of the Park District, which is really about balancing the quality of recreation and leisure opportunities while protecting assets, natural resources, and open space to benefit present and future generations. So this investment isn't for today, it's not all for us. It's looking out 100 years and making an investment in our lakefront for the long term.
Scott, thank you. As we look for an implementation plan, what we have in front of you now is an outline kind of talking through and highlighting from 2014 to current and what we're expecting moving into 2025. Noted the changes in Tower, Lloyd, and Maple of work that was done in 2019 through 2021, showing what the Park District is able and capable of doing for this community to get back and build back the issues that we had seen, whether it be erosion or improvements identified through the master plan. As we move forward to 2020, and when we started on the endeavor of Elder and Centennial and looking at this completely, we had identified through the master plan to look at this as a conjoined site. Through the motions and the actions of the park board as we took forward our plan, and we put it all the way to permit in April of 2022, the park board then decided in June of 2022 to pull that plan back and take a look at these projects independent on the merits and separate them as Elder and Centennial, but not as a conjoined project. In doing so, we went out and did an RFP for design team to put the information together, conduct open houses, workshop settings, so we can get more feedback from the community to better understand what we've been asked of the community and how to move forward. And there you'll notice in the bottom of the timeline in the center, the project and the tasks that were completed as part of that. As we moved forward with that, the park board gave staff direction on motions to carry out to move forward with this plan. And staff has been doing such, and here we are tonight with the first phase of our plan as it relates to Centennial, and to be able to move forward with the first phase of the special use permit process. We anticipate to continue on with this plan through the other review bodies, as Ann mentioned earlier today, or this evening, both planning and DRB, all the way to council. And then at that point in time, if we are able to get a vote of confidence and support and get this plan approved, then we can move back into the lakefront construction permit process and then engage both the IDNR and the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the IEPA as needed through the planning process. As we look at the implementation, once again, kind of leaning back to some of our efforts and what we've done successfully, you'll notice on the upper half of the screen, Tower Road improvements. You'll see what we did there with the completed staircase and parkland to beach, the renovations that were completed there, along with the ADA lookout that was included at the top of the beach bluff, as well as the platform along the staircase and overlook restoration and ongoing maintenance efforts for that site. On the left hand of the screen, you can see the before after. The before photo there showing the old concrete walkway and what was included, the switchbacks and the degradation. And then in the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the improvement as it was completed, an elevated raised platform that allowed the water to flow through, allowed the vegetation to flow through, and be less impactful to the, less impactful to the bluff. Similar suit. On the right half of your screen, you'll be able to see imagery of Lloyd Beach House and the Lloyd Bluff. And there in the photo in the upper right-hand corner, back in 2021, actually that photo was taken in 2020, you can see the loss that we sustained. We lost approximately over 50 feet of 50 feet of the bluff due to the erosion of the high lake level. From there, we were able to move forward with the permitting process that was in place at that time, able to get permits through the IDNR and the Army Corps of Engineers within about 6 months, and we were able to put our plan into action and install a headland beach system that is now in place today. We've had great results from that installation of that project. Not only have we not have endured or seen any erosion issues, but constant compliments from the community, and it seems to be a new gathering place for the community to enjoy. Similar to Tower and Tower and Lloyd, Maple, we also did some of the improvements. There was some low-hanging fruit as part of the master plan, so we've identified those as well. You'll see those on the left hand of the screen. The boardwalk that we had replaced with a new Ipe style, and of course, bluff restoration as needed, as we took on with all three, Tower, Lloyd, and Maple. As we move forward with Centennial, we're trying to show what we can do and take a look at what we can do moving forward. Here you'll see an image on the upper right-hand corner, aerial drone footage from 2020. On the right side of the steel groin, you can see the staircase as it basically walked into the water. There was about a 2-foot drop at the end of that staircase at the high lake level where we had washout, and people had to walk and drop down into that area. We had to close that site a couple times throughout that high water elevation, protect access for that. And then the lower right, you can see the imagery of what we're proposing. There is an image of a pier that's to be installed as part of our project with a stone revetment surrounding it, with a pier element at the end, a large diameter circular shape that allows more engagement for the community, into the lake, and for the park site. Just please note that, once again, as we're focusing on Centennial here, we have submitted our plans for a special use permit for Elder, which will be forthcoming to the zoning board in future time. As we take a look at the Centennial background and focus, once again, our investment in a long-term reinvestment in public open space and what the Park District is trying to accomplish as part of this plan design. We want to make sure that we take a look at our increased stewardship of not only of our natural resource management, but part of the bluffs and how those are managed moving forward. Unfortunately, due to all the conversation around the work for Elder and Centennial, it was directed by management not to invest heavily into the work on those sites, knowing that a master plan was coming forth. Fortunately, the time that it took to take it from where we proposed it to where we're at now, the bluffs have seen less maintenance than we'd like to say, but we have a restoration plan as submitted with the final drawings and documents that we submitted to the village staff for our plan review. Not only do we submit draft documents, but construction plans and designs engineered all the way through with structural engineering as well for supported elements. Please note that we're responding to all the public input that we've heard thus far through our engagement proposite, making sure that we're sustaining those views of the lake, maintaining an existing dog beach that was eliminated initially with the plan design from the master plan and brought back by the park board in motions that carried there forward. And once again, we're looking to take information that we carry from what we hear from various surveys through the community and make sure that we're listening and trying to do what's best for the majority of the public. Here's another illustration. Once again, in those high lake water and high water conditions, you can see the access point of the staircase going down to the beach. Once again, this was during the high lake level where the northern cell of Centennial Beach did not have a beach. The dog fencing that was there was damaged. In the far background of the imagery, you can see some of the fence posts that are damaged in there, as well as including primary shore protection repairs as needed as well. And then we've included that into our project. And then identifying the fluctuating lake levels and the cause for concern with erosion. We're making sure that as we're required through state and federal permitting, not only to nourish the beach, but nourish it in excess. So our responsibility as the stewards of this land is to put back 110% of sand to the site, so we're not robbing from the littoral drift of the system itself. Here's some more imagery for Centennial background and beach conditions. Once again, taking a look at some of the sheet piling that was installed back in the mid-50s and some of the damage that it's sustained over the years. Some of the improvements that we're looking to, or some of the changes that we're looking to proceed with is also some removal of some remnant of wood piles that are below surface that potentially are hazardous as well. Once again, trying to do what's best for the community and make sure that we're putting back better than we have. As mentioned earlier with the regulatory process, I know David and Ann, they outlined the steps moving forward, not only for the ZBA here this evening and what that looks like, but the rest of the review bodies moving forward, as we've kind of suggested as well. This is just one step through a 4-step process for special use for the Park District. From there, we would engage back with the village for the lakefront construction permit process, not only taking a look at the lakefront construction permits regulations that have now been put in place, but also building codes and permits as well. So the plans that were provided will go under both review from the lakefront construction as well as building permit as well. And then, of course, both engagement with the Army Corps of Engineers as well as the IDNR and the process that entails as well. At this time, I'd like to offer Shannon Nizal to come up here and speak with me on behalf of our steps moving forward as we talk about special use permit for the construction and also the variances and exceptions that we're looking to.
Good evening. Again, I'm Shannon Nizal, Executive Director of the Park District. Thank you again for hearing our presentation tonight. So why we're here, first and foremost, is looking for an approval recommendation for our special use permit application as we are zoned R2 residential. We don't typically have the same type of use as a normal home, as a park that's open to the public. So inherently, we are subject to the special use permit application. Some of the items that we are looking for today as well are variance variances to permit development in the front yard setback of the parcel, as well as exception to some items in the steep slope zone for this parcel as well.
Scott, if I can have you.
I don't think I need to go through the standards. I think you've all heard them, and I think David pointed out these and Ann pointed out these earlier. Obviously, we will address all these, and we hope we're addressing them in our conversation this evening. And in light of a little bit more to go here, I'll just kind of pass over this.
Scott, thank you. As we move forward into the next phase, we want to talk about the program, the site programming, and the mission alignment of what we talked about already, and talk about those elements, both active and passive elements, that have been designed into the plan that we have in front of you this evening. The active elements, as already identified through village staff, a all-access swimming beach. We have an off-leash dog beach, which will now be fenced per our new plan design, as well as ADA park and beach access. That is basically from Sheridan Road sidewalk down. We'll have full ADA access down to the beach. And then in addition to that, once again, as we heard as a complement to the master plan, engaged viewing and access for those so they can enjoy what Lake Michigan has to offer, whether it be from Sheridan Road as somebody who's passing by, or somebody who might be engaged in the park space enjoying those different elements, whether it be seating at the upper seating node or engaged in the mid-bluff seating area, or even on the beach itself to be able to enjoy those elements. As part of some of those passive elements, as Scott mentioned before, we also want to include to note that the active sand area on the beaches, the passive space just to lounge and enjoy, the boardwalk seating and nodes that have been included in this as part of the design, as well as the views to Lake Michigan, and once again, the beach and bluff vegetation plan and habitat creation that we're looking to do as part of our plan, all are elements that fall well within that design perspective. Once again, circling back to the mission of the Park District, creating the balance of quality recreation and leisure opportunities while protecting assets and national resources and open space for the benefit of the present and future generations. On the screen here, you have a more detailed review of the plan itself. I'll go through the different design elements here. Ann did a nice job calling those out with the variances that we're requesting or the exceptions that we're requesting within the steep slope. You'll see the dotted line that is located here across the beach. That is the ordinary height watermark, and then the 50-foot setback is represented here with the dotted line just behind it. From there, we go up to the top of the bluff, which is noted through here for the for the steep slope bluff area and the elements that are included. So we'll talk through the elements working from east to west, starting with the first element, which is the pier itself. The Park District has proposed to put a a concrete pier with a steel surround to create that element. That is being put in to separate the two beaches, not only as a point of separation, but also a point of engagement for the community to better enjoy Lake Michigan on multiple different planes, both from a non-ADA and ADA accessible area. As part of that design, you'll see a 30-foot diameter circular end down there for engagement. As many of you probably know who live in the community, enjoy the lakefront, that a lot of people like to go out and use Maple Pier and other areas to be part of the lake and engage within the lake itself, but not necessarily in the water as well. In addition to that, you'll see that it's represented as A here, a rubber mound breakwater shoreline protection that circulates around the pier itself. That is put in there to help reflect the wave action and by design to help with loss of potential or reduction of rip currents, also with sand retention and protection of the pier. The elevation of that is set at 585 on the far outer end, tapering back to an elevation of 583 as that carries back to the shoreline itself. The pier is set at an elevation of 587, tapering down to 585. So at the eastern end, those two elements are the same, but then as you work back with the slope of the pier, slope towards the east or towards the lake, that stone is reduced as you work back. And that stone will be buried by the sand as you get towards the beach itself. From there, you'll notice element F here, which is the center point where you come back in. There's a secure dog beach access area here to the right and a staircase that proceeds down. This would be a double gate system as we have now with an electronically controlled key fob system to make sure that we're regulating the usage of that dog beach, making sure that people are on their vaccinations and what's needed for the safe use of that dog beach. As mentioned before, with the ability to walk the beach, by now fencing off the dog park, there were concerns about having that access through. And the Park District made sure that we had that included. Ann had a nice image up earlier where it showed the ability for one to access from the north to walk the sand at the or near high water mark, down through the beach, up the access ramp, across the boardwalk, down the staircase, and beyond the Park District property. As Ann indicated, there was questions and concerns by village staff as it relates to the intersection here, if you will, at the south property line where it abuts the stone breakwater that was built by the resident to the south. And as Ann mentioned, the nearest point of area from where the stone steps is to where the fence is proposed at elevation is approximately 6 feet. That widens as you work west to approximately 12 feet. And then the corridor that we provided throughout here, namely where kind of G is located, that area is 12.5 feet throughout. So plenty of room for somebody to be able to traverse the beach out of the dog beach. So we take that risk element out of that. So we have the dogs now secured versus somebody who today were to walk across the beach, they would be walking through potentially an active dog beach. In addition to that, the swimming beach to the north, you'll notice here, this is I don't want to say a new element because it was a pre-existing element prior to the implementation of the dog beach. So something that we're bringing back, if you will. Once again, this was something that was noted through the findings of the Lakefront Master Plan, and we noted that as part of the design change for the master plan. The swimming beach will have 2 access points, one being the ADA ramp, as we mentioned before. I'd please like to also note that that ADA ramp also doubles as maintenance access for the beach. Currently, right now, Centennial Beach is landlocked to the point where we don't have maintenance access for our equipment. Anything that we need to do to that beach, we either have to gain permission to cross and come down from Elder and gain access across 261 property, or we would have to barge that equipment in. So this gives us the ability to traverse the ADA ramp, the boardwalk, and the beach access ramp to gain access to the North Beach or the swimming beach, as well as the design of the staircase here, which has 2 cheek walls integrated in it for access with our equipment to a double gate system to be able to maintain the South Beach. So that was something that was stated before, that not only are we looking to make sure that we can build and design these, but also maintain them in perpetuity. So that was another design element that we took a look at. As mentioned before, the boardwalk itself that's being created is a stamped concrete with a color-through concrete finish. Once again, trying to give the imagery and the stateability of wood tones and wood of finish. So that was a material change adjustment, as well as the material change and adjustment for item F here is color matched as well. You'll see that with the scoring pattern for the access walkway of where the ADA walkway transitions down to the boardwalk is also another design element for that. The pier itself has a few benches that are included, scattered down the down the pier as well. And then as we move to the west, you'll notice some small improvements of a relocated access stair from the mid-level bluff down to the beach, to create a quicker access for those who wouldn't want to walk all the way down the ramp and then back across. Gives access and ability for somebody to gain access to the beach quicker through that staircase through the center here. As we work back to the west, the ADA ramp / maintenance path that was identified here as letter I is also included. Once again, the slope of this is set at 8% or less, being mindful of the potential settling in the future. We're confident that that shouldn't be an issue, but you never know. So we just want to make sure that we can still sustain our ADA slopes for that with our 30 feet with the flats, or 30 feet slopes with flats for 10 feet every 30 feet. In addition to that, we also called out item H here. which also includes the bluff restoration. And part of the bluff restoration, as managed before and discussed, there are going to be some tree removals as part of that design. Part of the removals are those that have been reviewed by Urban Forest Management, our third-party consultant that we have, along with our native consultant as well, taking a look at our canopy, identifying the invasive species that are there, the quality of the trees, trying to be mindful of the slopes, the impact, the potential erosion risks, and then the reforestation, or in this case, replanting of plugs and seed as needed. That's all been included as a restoration plan as part of our plan design, and that's been fully reviewed and vetted. We're looking for review of that once we get to that point through the lakefront construction process. The mid-bluff area here has been identified as a change. The paver walkway that offsets from the existing sidewalk has now been relocated and recontoured to this seating node with an activity element, if you will, of this outcropping stone access step. We've included that as a engagement of not just your typical cast concrete or formed concrete step, but something that could be a little bit more native in its setting and flow into the landscape as well. It could be used as seating, but primarily used as the steps through there, and then a seating pocket within that area. The staircase the walkway that circulated that lower area now has been removed. And you mentioned, or as been mentioned before, item J here with the overlook of the seating node has been included. So once again, taking a look at the bench that was donated there previously, we have now increased it from 1 to 2 benches with great views and vistas of the lake. We did not include in the imagery here the widening of the path all the way to the parking lot or the parking lot refinish, because we feel that those are existing elements that don't change greatly, and we're not looking at any relief for those, so those were not included at this time, but they are included on the plan set that was delivered to the village. I think that covers most of the items for here. I probably am missing a few because I've looked at this too many times, but we'll continue on through this. Bill, if I can ask you to.
For the record, my name is Bill Loftus. I'm with Spaceco. We're the civil engineering firm on the project. And Costa had asked us to just take a little deeper dive on element I. Element I, if you recall from the previous slide, is the ADA accessibility route, as Costa went through the criteria for that. And in keeping with the mission of the park district, which has been mentioned several times today, access to all was an important thing. Our mind, when we're talking about ADA issues, always goes right away to an individual in a wheelchair, but quite frankly, this ramp provides access from the public way all the way to Sheridan Road, which is unique to the other beaches that have been talked about today. So this is something from the public sidewalk at Sheridan Road will get you access all the way out to the end of the pier, which I think is outstanding. All also includes those individuals who are very young, those confined maybe to a stroller or a buggy, would have access to this beach as well. This was a directive given to the Park District to the design team back in October of '22 to provide this access. So we were challenged with making up about 21 foot of vertical grade change from tabletop area to the top of through the slope impact area, 21 feet of vertical change. Now, the embankment, the steep zone here, is about 1-to-1 to 1.5-to-1 grade change, so it's a very steep zone, thus the name. And we're putting in a 10-foot wide surface, 9-foot clear, as Costa alluded to, for the equipment that needs to maintain the asset after it's constructed. So if you picture a 1.5 or 1-to-1 slope across 10 feet, you've got basically the equivalent of around 10 feet of vertical grade change across that horizontal surface. So that is the reason for the retaining walls. So we found a path that would allow, we split the walls. I think the previous slide show the limits. Yeah, sure. Thanks. So we've got 2 walls. We've got what we refer to as the east wall, which is 115 feet in length. It varies in height from approximately 1 foot to a maximum of 5 feet, which carries you, as Costa just highlighted with the cursor. And then we've got the west wall, which is 183 feet in height and varies from roughly 1 foot to a maximum of 7 feet. So when you're just going back to what I stated previously, we've got upwards of almost 10 feet of vertical change across that 10 feet of horizontal change, thus the need for the retaining walls. Retaining walls are basically, it seems counterintuitive, but they're helping preserve the bluff, because the option of the no retaining wall option is basically cutting the bluff in a manner that would be more destructive of the existing bluff itself. And I think that covers it.
Phil, thank you. And the way to, to kind of express that or show that in a little greater detail here is a couple cross sections identifying that. So cross-section A, or the top cross-section that's looking north, is of the swimming beach. So that there is showing you the existing path to remain up at the parkland. It shows the subtle change of the mid-bluff down to the conveyance path or the ADA walkway that would cut through the bluff itself. The slope of the existing bluff to the gabion blankets that are behind the existing seawall. And then from there, the build-out of the proposed boardwalk area. And then you'll see in this image here, this cross-section also includes the ADA access ramp. And then from the ramp handrail really down to the beach. And then the water line here. So that's what you're seeing as the cross-section to really emphasize and show how this is not that impactful, and it's less obstruction, it's less heavy than people might think or feel how this would be for the site. Once again, the views and vistas, the retaining walls as that they're being set, or the views back, or those as you would be looking west. Nothing is obstructed as you're looking east. You're always looking over the elevation, whether it be the east side retaining wall or the west side retaining wall as Bill identified for that conveyance path down. You're always looking above and beyond, so you're not looking back. The second cross-section here, section B, looking north, once again, this is a cross-section through the center of the pier. So you're going to see the element of the existing walkways up top. You'll see the access path of the mid-bluff area where the seating node is now. You'll see the access walkway where it bifurcates the staircase. And then as the staircase proceeds down to that beach level boardwalk and boardwalk element where it transitions into the pier at an elevation about 587, tapering out to 585. This image is once again a cross section of the boardwalk, so you're not going to see the water's edge. So it's a little hard to read in that perspective, but just know that this is a cross section through the pier. And the last cross section here, looking north, is of course of the Dog Beach itself. So this would be that further south zone. This is near the transition area of where the ADA access walkway meets the boardwalk. You'll see that western retaining wall, as Bill was alluding to, through here of the steep slope, and then the transition area out into the element of the actual boardwalk, and then the handrail, which is being considered a fence through this because it's providing fencing for the Dog Beach, and the Dog Beach element and what that looks like. Once again, just how subtle that is. It might seem heavy when you're talking elevations. You're talking a 10-foot grade change over the course of the bluff. But when you start putting in context of the cross sections and what it actually applies, it's less heavy to the project site. So at this time, I'd like to take a look and talk back through the variance requests that the Park District is looking at or looking for based on the review of the front yard setback section 17-30.050 subsection. There are 5 variants requested. First one is the sheet pile replacement of the failing sheet pile wall. Anne alluded to this in her presentation. We have a wood timber wall area that is located on the far north side of the property. The reason we're asking for that variation is because the wall height from the existing grade of sand is what this is projected from to the overall elevation is greater than 6.5 feet. In this case, it's 8 feet, 1.5 feet over the allowable limit. Please note, when you take in consideration the sand nourishment that's being placed, that elevation is lessened. But as it relates to the existing conditions, that's how this is being reviewed and drafted, is from the existing conditions to what the proposed condition is for the wall itself. So The first one is a variance of a 1.5 feet for the sheet pile wall replacement. The second one we're looking at is boardwalk with a type A handrail, which is being considered fencing here. This is being requested because that is a 2-foot variance over the height of the sand as it's existing. So once again, this would be at 8.5 feet over the sand. This is providing supplement shore protection and structural support for the beach boardwalk, as well as the handrails to make the beach site accessible and support access for life safety and maintenance equipment for the beach. So once again, we're looking at a variance of 2 feet for this section of boardwalk that's been identified. Oops, sorry. The third one we're looking for is the boardwalk handrail with fencing. This is in a different area. This is more towards the area of the center of the pier, of the center of the boardwalk where it meets the pier, just to the north. There, the variance is 4 feet. So there, it's approximately 10.5 feet from the existing contour of sand to what the proposed elevation of height is. So we have 587.5 is the elevation of the boardwalk at this point. You take 42 inches on top of that compared to the sand elevation, and you get your 10.5 feet. So here we are looking for requesting maximum variance for this area of 4 feet. The next variance that we're looking for, once again, is handrail fencing. This is a variance of 1.5 feet for a section in the boardwalk. This is further north on the boardwalk, where the boardwalk finishes on the northern side of the property by the swimming beach. Once again, this is a variance of about 8 feet overall, 1.5 feet above the allowable limit for the fence height of 6.5 feet. So once again, this is to help support the supplemental shore protection of this steel structure for the beach element itself, for the boardwalk, as well as to include the 42-inch high handrail that's been identified as fencing for the site. And the last piece is the pier itself. Right now, we are requesting a 3-foot variance. Once again, this is based on the existing topography and where that is for the sand elevation there versus where we're proposing the final sand grade to be. The variation right now is 3 feet above the 6.5, so we're looking at 9.5 feet variance overall, but 3 feet of variance above and over the maximum variance allowed. So that's what we've asked for variances for this section. Moving on to the development in the steep slope zone, section 17.82.040. We have identified 3 elements that we're looking to request exception on for those different items for the steep slope zone. The first one is the concrete ADA access ramp, required retaining walls to support the ramp. The reason we're looking for this exception is because of the elements for that and the condition, or the accessible connection to the Centennial Beach level amenities. Once again, this is provided for ADA universal design down to the beach and site connectivity. The second one are outcropping stones. These are the stones that were identified from the parkland tableland, if you will, down to that mid-bluff area. We've identified this as a width greater than 5 feet that's allowable in that zone. Right now, our stone steps are at a width of 72 inches or 6 feet. So that is 1 foot greater than the allowable limit. So we're looking for an exception of that requirement as well, once again, as a recreational asset and site connectivity. And the last one is for the improved mid-bluff paver walkway and seating area. Because the existing pavers are being reconfigured and repurposed, the footprint of that has changed, and in some areas it's greater than 5 feet. So to do that, to accomplish that within the steep slope zone section, we've identified that as an exception that is needed or required. So we're looking for an exception for that area to be able to reset pavers in that area to allow for that walkway. This time, I'd like to take an opportunity to walk through a few renderings of the site. I believe we have 6 site renderings here that have been designed to show the plans as they have been submitted to date. The first rendering that you see in front of you is of the Centennial Pier. As mentioned before, you can see the pier element here. The outer edge of the pier existing, or excuse me, as proposed, goes out about 180 feet from the toe of the bluff. For reference, the Maple Street pier goes out 235 feet. I will note that the stone surround that goes out in addition past 180 feet does start tapering off into the lake, but the toe of that does extend out to 280 or 245 feet, but that's at an elevation of about 570, 572, where it's cut into the clay layer to carry the capstone of the breakwater, so it's actually installed properly. But at the elevation of the water level, that's all below grade. So this first element, as I mentioned, is the Centennial Pier. Once again, this is the 30-foot diameter pier ending. There is an inclusion of some cast concrete seating walls that allow for interaction on there, as well as some benches that are placed down the walkway itself. You'll see the fence being shown on the south perimeter side. Once again, that contours all the way around the site, doubling as dog fencing for the dog park so we can comply with Cook County regulations. We were able to reach out to Cook County, and they responded back to us in writing that our plan design would meet those regulations as well. So that was something just to kind of note. Looking in our second elevation here, you're looking south from the beach. You'll see in the background here, this is the proposed pier element. You'll see the ADA access ramp as it walks up to the boardwalk level. You'll see the benches and the development of the seat walls, of the retaining walls and the hand railings that are provided for that function, along with artistic rendering of what bluff restoration could look like, removal of trees and including native plantings for that. But the key thing to notice here is the views and vistas. One of the things that we heard through the community from our original plan design to what we're presenting here tonight is those views and the heights of those elevations. People want to see the lake. They don't want to make sure that the walls feel too heavy. We've heard that. We've reduced the size down dramatically. And in this illustration as shown, if you're standing on the beach at approximate elevation about 582, this would be the captured view of somebody who's about 5'10" looking south. So once again, able to see beyond the structures and the horizon. That is not lost by the design. Here's a bird's eye view, kind of looking west-northwest, if you will, from the southern edge of the Centennial Beach, overseeing the boardwalk element in the pier, the stone surround as that tapers out, and you'll see how that sand covers the stone as you work your way back to the west. The beach element and what that is for the off-leash dog beach. This also gives a good rendering of the proposed access path for people to traverse the beach. Somebody who would like to enjoy the lakefront and stroll along the lake unimpeded would be able to walk from the north or the south, cross the beach itself, up the ramp, across the boardwalk, down the staircase, outside of the boundaries of the off-leash dog park, and then be able to move adjacent to the stone groin at 205, up and over the natural stone steps that were placed in as part of their design, and be able to continue south from there. Or vice versa, if you were working south to north, you'd be able to do that in reverse. But once again, as Ann mentioned, and we restated, the minimum point of our distance from the existing steel groin to the elevation of sand that's been accreted to the base step is approximately 6 feet, and then it tapers from there, tapers wider as you work your way to the west. You'll see the access ramp, the beach access ramp cut through the bluff through here. You'll see the retaining walls that are needed to support that. Once again, these images are just representation of the plans as they've been designed. We're confident that these plans will look fantastic once everything is grown in. Here's another view. This is kind of looking east-southeast from the mid-bluff element. You can see out to the pier. You can see the swimming beach to the left. To the right, you'll be able to see the dog beach with the double entry gate system that we have. As before, we included a dog shower element as well for people to wash their pets off after the beach to take the sand off. We included this down at the beach level now. Makes more sense than having it accumulate at the top of the staircase. But once again, the boardwalk, that doubles as the access path for maintenance equipment as well. You'll see the access walk through here. Please note that when this was rendered, we were considering a concrete staircase. Our new plans include a timber structure with epay and steel hand railings, just to soften that up. Very similar to the design that you've probably seen at Tower if you've been to that site in the last few years. Another rendering here, similar location, but now looking north-northeast. You're overlooking the swimming beach and what that looks like, and the views and vistas to the north and northeast. And then the last one here is at an elevation approximately 580, once again looking due south. This you would be within the dog beach itself and the elements for that. You'll see the continuous fencing that we have proposed on the existing steel groin. We set that in a way that we step it down to match the contours of the lake. So at no point that elevation is greater than that 6.5-foot variance. So we're mindful of that and how that could look or feel onto the site to try to reduce some of that heaviness. The stone groin that's in the background here, that has been already proposed. It's been permanent and it's in the midst of being built, or I believe, to be honest, it's been completed with this part should be completed with construction. But that has nothing to do with our project. We just wanted to make sure that we showed it and rendered it as the plans were approved, so you can see how that fits and feels with the design here for the dog beach element itself. Once again, the access beyond the the dog beach fencing for an individual to traverse the lake and then be able to walk around the dog beach. This time I'd like to just open it up to questions. Just want to circle back, reaffirming the zoning approvals of what we're looking for tonight for the special use, along with those variances, and then the exceptions as it relates to the steep slope zone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time and effort that went into that presentation, as well as all the speakers that came forward. Here's what I'd like us to do. I recognize there are a number of people here who wish to give public comment, and rest assured we're going to hear from all of you. I'd like to at least give a temporary moment here for members of the ZBA on stage to react if there is what you might call a primary question or a guiding question that you'd like to ask of staff or the applicant. I'd like to have some of that at least done before we get into public comment. I don't believe we'll get through all questions, but I do want to sort of balance the need for us to gather some information on the heels of those two presentations from staff and the applicant, but then get into public comment so that the folks that have waited here tonight have a chance to be heard. Does anybody want to begin with what I might call their primary line of questioning for either applicant or staff? I'm happy to if need be. Thank you, Member Hanley. And again, if it's to staff, obviously they're right here and can speak to it. To the applicant and their representatives, I'll defer to you guys as to who's the right person to speak to the question.
I have one question for.
Can you pull your mic?
Sorry, I have one question for staff, and then I have, I'll keep my comments to the applicant to just two questions. Is that fair?
Yeah, questions, yeah.
Okay. For staff, why is the boardwalk not considered an improvement in the front yard? Because isn't that kind of like a deck or a patio? Isn't that more like decking and considered a deck? Why is that not an improvement? And unless I'm misreading it, because I see we're looking at fencing for the variation, but not the boardwalk itself.
Sure. So how we handled it was you can have a walkway within a required front yard. In this instance, the walkway, boardwalk, is being elevated by the wall that's being constructed that it's going on. So, and then on top of that, there's a fence going on top of that wall, and we have a limitation on the height of a wall and a fence, and so that is what the variation is.
So are you, when you say walkway, are you talking about the concrete walkway or the actual wooden boardwalk? Because I guess I'm more focused on the wooden boardwalk down on the beach and why that isn't technically a deck.
Well, you can have is it at grade?
Well, as I understand it, it's elevated, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And so it has to be elevated in some way. It's being held up by the structure, the wall that's being constructed.
Well, isn't it?
And I think
So
in
that-
either case, it would need relief, and that's what they're requesting relief for, is to have a boardwalk within the required front yard that's of a certain height.
Okay, I guess I read it, and again, tell me that I'm wrong, is that they are looking, it is approval of the following zoning variation is the fence of 10 and a half feet, which I'm not even sure where the 10 and a half feet is.
It's the wall that the boardwalk is on and the fence on top of that wall.
Okay. And that in total is 10 and a half feet.
Correct, from
But-
existing grade.
But we're not giving a variation to the structure itself, which is the boardwalk, which is definitely in excess of 50 square feet.
Well, the boardwalk is not within the steep slope zone,
But it is in the front yard.
correct? But you can have a walkway in a front yard.
Okay, so we're calling it a walkway and not a deck, even though it's elevated and it's in excess of 50 square feet.
Well, I don't know where you're getting in excess of 50
Well, isn't that
square
like you're allowed to have
feet.
50 square feet in a front yard?
Are you referring to the front porch
Oh, maybe that's the
encroachment?
porch. Okay, but if you were to build a deck or some sort of, I guess that there's a structure. If anyone wants to jump in and support me here, but if there's
I'm
a
with you.
structure that is being built, but you're saying it's not considered a structure, it's considered a walkway, even though it's elevated.
Correct.
Okay.
And why, I don't understand why that is, David. This is a large structure that's elevated in a front yard area. This would be, if this were acceptable, then anyone else in their front yard could raise up a walkway in that front yard and build a structure in that front yard setback and backfill it. Why is that not an exception in the front yard setback? Why are we calling it a wall when it's being filled in behind it and it's becoming a raised walkway structure?
Someone could build a retaining wall within a required yard that is not greater than 6.5 feet tall. And behind that wall, they could place a walkway.
Not more than 5 feet.
That's a steep slope
Oh, the 5 feet is
regulation.
just the steep
It's
slope.
not a
Okay.
front yard
Okay.
limitation.
Okay. Okay, that answers my question for staff. And then,
So you can backfill a wall in the village. You can put a wall and then backfill behind it in the front yard setback, thereby elevating the property within the front yard.
Within a required setback, you can build a wall, and it happens, whether it's a foot or 2 feet. If it's more than 6.5 feet, that needs a variation.
But no variation if I wanted to pour a concrete pad behind that wall that was elevated to some degree, either covering some or all of that 6.5 feet. That would not be something that would be prohibited or require a variance in the village now. Am I failing to understand how this is put together? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know how else to express it.
I'm not sure how else
yeah.
to express it either, Mark. And-
Okay.
And
This isn't going to happen.
And dealing in hypotheticals is difficult
Yeah,
for
this
me
is,
to.
what's before us is a
understand,
walkway, not a structure. You know, what we have as far as the zoning variance that we're looking at here is the fence and wall height predicated on the front yard setback that is triggered above and beyond that. So, like, to deal with how somebody might build a structure in an R2 home is probably not worth the time to contemplate its use. But if it's determinative, Member Hanley, to some other point that you're looking to sort of figure out for the
I'm good.
applicant.
I got my answer.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Your question for the
Then
applicant?
for the applicant, one of my questions is what kind of maintenance equipment are you considering using for the ADA or for the walkway? And like what does that look like? Are we talking about like wheelbarrows? Are we talking trucks? Are we talking carts?
Sure. So the maintenance equipment we're proposing would be a tracked skid steer to be able to go down and move sand on the beach as it accumulates, or if we need to nourish the beach or maintain it because of lake events or so forth, or debris. Tracked machinery, so a small skid steer is what we're proposing, as well as our small wheeled tractor to groom the beach as well. Those would be the two pieces of equipment. We're not looking to bring semis or pickup trucks or anything else down there. Those activities would be handled by hand, if you will, or wheelbarrows if we needed to, but the equipment is a track skid steer and a rubber-tired tractor.
And so as I understand it, that would go down the concrete walkway, and then is it capable of going over the wooded walkway as well?
So just a point of clarification, maybe I didn't express this clearly, so I apologize. It's shown in wood, but we're looking at stamped concrete to give a wood effect.
Oh, so that part is not wood.
It is not wood. We
Okay.
had initially at one time suggested Ipe wood
Right.
for that. The limitation to Ipe on this site is for the staircase treads and that element alone for the staircase that goes from mid-bluff to the beach boardwalk. The boardwalk itself is stamped color through concrete, so this way as it wears traditional and clean, so there won't be a fading of the elements.
Okay, and then related to that, my second question is, how much of the slope would you need to excavate to accommodate that ramp walkway?
I couldn't tell you cubic yards of what's been suggested. I'll probably lend to the cross-section here. This is not going to be a great image of that, but through the imagery, maybe this one actually shows a little bit better. You can see the dotted line that shows the existing topography. It would be this area or this void that's created through the bluff that would need to be cut out. So that's the portion that we're replacing with concrete ramp and then retaining the earth to the west via retaining wall.
And but that would go all the way to so this here, I'm looking at that section was the west retaining wall that you were showing me, right?
That was
'Cause
section
towards the
C
bottom.
shown here with this dotted line.
Okay.
So that
what
was this element through here. There are, as Bill had discussed earlier, I think it was 183 feet on the western retaining wall. That's kind of cascades through this portion. There's excavation in front of it to be able to cut that grade in. And as we look to the slope on the north side or north of the stair access, the retaining wall is actually captured on the east side, and it's backfilled in to allow for more of a fill and more of a gradual grade, so there's less excavation needed in that area.
Okay, and, okay, I'm gonna.
Bill, does that capture that well?
I'm gonna put a pin in that for now.
Sure, sure enough.
Because I
There's a
don't
lot
want
to
to take up
absorb
too
here,
much
so for
time.
sure. Yep.
Yeah,
Can
okay.
you go back to the slide that has all our letters, A, B, C, D, E, F?
Oh, sure, yep.
Yeah, that's my favorite slide. Okay. I want to talk about F. F is a trouble spot for me. Can you describe or talk to me through the variety of participants that are going to be coming down I, snaking around E, and winding up at F? As I would understand it, you're contemplating maintenance, people with dogs, wheelchairs, strollers, the access to the swim park itself. All of that is done through this navigation, right? And F would be the chokehold point upon which people are coming in with their dogs as ADA accessible handicap. Wheelchairs are going past and children and strollers are rolling past. This is the choke point of the design, is it not?
This is kind of the main intersection, if you will. So as it's shown where F is highlighted right now, you'll see kind of in the imagery, I know it's hard to see because it is not blown up very well, so I apologize. But you'll see an access gate through there where there is an area, I believe it's about 15 by 15 feet, for somebody to then be able to off-leash their dog at that point.
Yeah.
And then gain access through the secondary gate down to the beach. So that's your leash up, leash off area for that, along with the element for the shower. As far as maintenance equipment, we work off hours, if you will. Early mornings when the site is less utilized, if we need to close the site for that, so those potential intersections or concerns come about, we would use best judgment not to put a maintenance element in there, short of daily raking or trash or things of that nature, where those typically are handled in the morning, within the 6 o'clock hour. Typically that's done and the site is pretty quiet. As it relates to people utilizing the walkway to get down, once again, we did allow for a secondary access through this E-Pace stairwell that bifurcates the bluff about midway. So somebody can then engage, go directly down to the beach, or if they choose to go the long way, say if they have a stroller or wagon or something they might be pulling behind them or navigating, then it would be more ideal to go the distance through the walkway down to the boardwalk and then navigate their way back.
So just given the way that it's designed here, wouldn't a safer way to put our swimming population onto a beach be to have them accessing the south beach and for the dogs to be located into the north end of the beach as far as where their paths must inevitably cross, given the structure of the ADA accessible ramp and boardwalk? Aren't you forcing them to cohabitate even briefly on E and F, where you wouldn't otherwise if access to the swimming beach was, as you described there, the drop down from the stairs into G land?
I would suggest that, once again, it's up to the end user on how they're going to decide to get down to site. We've looked at different options for this as far as different access paths. The least invasive way to accomplish the walkway is as it's designed. We looked at switchbacks, we looked at other ways to try to do that. This is actually similar to what was completed back in the 80s, or proposed to be completed back in the 80s. So we're confident with our design. As far as the intersection and flipping of the beaches as designed, once again, we're confident in our design and our proposed project, looking at the elements for what that is, relationship to the opportunities that might exist in the future. This is the best laid plan for the Park District at this time.
Thank you. I've got one more question. I'm going to let my other members speak.
Sure.
J and K, which are contemplated in the steep slope exceptions, the outcropping of the stone steps and the reconfigured mid-bluff paver, those are not ADA accessible.
The stone steps would not be ADA accessible. You are correct.
Is J
J would
ADA
be
accessible?
through the bluff, because at that intersection where you come in, that turns flat, and then you would be able to offshoot onto J. So the walkway and the benches that are provided in that mid-bluff level are ADA accessible,
Okay.
but the stone outcropping steps are not accessible.
Is there sorry if I did not read it or hear it, has there been a proffered justification for why the outcrop stones are at 6 and not 5 feet as would be otherwise required?
Once again, that's a design feature that we've put in there and that we've taken a look at for other things that have been included throughout. It's not set in stone, if you will.
Clever.
On the nose. But that's something that we could look at and potentially reduce if that's a requirement by the zoning board or the council.
Great, thank you. Any other members want to have a primary question of the applicant or staff before we go to public comment?
I would. So I've got one kind of process question for staff, and then I've got a couple of design and utilization questions for the applicant. So for staff, you mentioned, David, on page 169 of 419, the concept that that this is a separate property from the elder property, if you will, and that this is being brought first. Because they are separate properties, must they be brought separately, or theoretically, could there have been a single plan brought before the commission conceptualizing Centennial and Elder as one, so that we could have considered this all together.
The applicant, if they chose, could have submitted the two applications at the same time.
Okay, thank you. So for the applicant, some utilization questions in terms of some design points. They may have been there and it's just a lot of paper and I'm not seeing it. Is there anywhere that a guard station is considered, a bathroom is considered, water fountains for humans, any kind of space to get out of the sun? Is that considered as part of this plan at all, or no?
So the working elements as far as recreational programming in regards to guard stations and so forth, the lifeguard chairs and so forth, are not indicated on those plans. This would be a one chair station based on the size of that. So that will be something that would be included, just like our other swimming beaches. So we would have the lifeguard chair. Part of the application, you'll notice down on the far northern edge of the boardwalk, there's this little node and gate area for the guard staff to have a area for them to basically be, situated for their on-shift and off-shift duties. So that's been taken into consideration. As far as drinking fountains, we have a drinking fountain, a human drinking fountain up in the park level. There's actually two of them. There's one as you walk from the parking lot down towards the, through the park on the northern side. And then there's one just adjacent to the sidewalk at Sheridan Road on the south side of the park. So there's already two drinking fountains on the site. We didn't feel there was a need to include another water station at this time. We do have I'll say human shower, if you will, a foot wash station that's been included here just next to the dog shower, once again, based on proximity, location, and plumbing or connectivity for a user to get off of the beach, wash their feet or wash off, and then proceed up so they're clean as they would proceed off-site. As far as other elements, could talk through additional ones if you'd like.
But that wouldn't be potable water down at beach level?
It would be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that being the case, would it be that much more arduous to include, a bottle filler or, a water fountain in that location?
We could look. The most dependable fountains is the manufacturer we typically use, and they have multifunctional applicators, if you will, where it could be a foot shower with a bubbler or a bottle fill station. I know we've upgraded a few of our sites to those. That's something that we can take into further consideration as well.
Okay. And regarding bathrooms at this swimming area, where is it?
So right now, we have not proposed a bathroom at this site. Part of our future design and our future efforts, we want to try to connect these two sites as we've discussed before. Right now, if somebody was to need a restroom, a public restroom, they would go to the Elder Lane Beach House, which is within 500 feet of the swimming beach, and be able to access those. So they would be able to either walk back and up and across or walk the ordinary high water mark to Elder and gain access to those facilities.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions people want to?
I'll be real quick. So we're talking about fencing and wall height of 10.5 feet, but I correct me if I'm wrong, is that just all fencing? We have fencing that is securing dogs, securing humans, keeping people on a boardwalk, keeping people off stones and stuff like that. Is it just, and it says to above natural grade, obviously the grade of a beach, the grade of a boardwalk, is it just wherever you're at, we're asking for 10.5 feet instead of 6.5?
No.
There's certain areas on the site where those variances those applications for variance have come up. And specifically, I can go through in greater detail. I believe if memory serves correctly, the variation for 10.5 feet is basically in this area, just directly adjacent to the pier structure. As you're coming off of the existing steel seawall, the elevation of the sand there is a lot lower. I'm suggesting it's probably an elevation of 582, 583. We're proposing that sand to be brought up to an elevation of about 585. So when you look at for the existing elevation, the height of the boardwalk at 587.5, you add on 42 inches in top, now you're looking at that variation of nearly 10 feet.
Got it. Thank you.
So,
Anybody else?
Did you consider alternatives to the ADA ramp that would be less intrusive into the steep slope, something like a lift or other device that would be to help those with ADA needs to reach the beach?
So in the environment that it is, in an outdoor environment on the beach, we talked initially at a high level on what other elements can be provided to gain access to the beach other than what's being proposed. Those elements, due to the size, scale, cost, and then also maintenance in perpetuity versus something that does not have to be, in this case, monitored or supervised, it just didn't make sense. Mark, Commissioner Heller, it made more sense to identify the walkway as it's proposed. In the iteration that we have included in the plan, as I mentioned before, this was the least impactful and the most direct to get ADA access at a slope of 8% or less without either traversing back and forth and carving up more of the bluff, if you will.
Okay, another question. You had mentioned a moment ago a longer-term plan to join these two beaches together in response to Member McNally asking about bathrooms, and you said that for the time being they would have to traverse across to Elder, but there was a longer-term plan to combine them. What is? Can you describe that for me, or what that means?
I can describe at a high level. Nothing has been approved by our board at this time. The plans that are in front of you this evening for Centennial is what has been approved. But through the master plan, there's always been a vision to connect the two parcels. With the connection of those parcels, we have proposed that, and by design, the boardwalk that you see here will meet at the same elevation as the proposed boardwalk that has been submitted for special use permit for Elder, where those can be are connected, so somebody could traverse ADA all the way to the bathrooms. But at this point in time, based on the project that's been approved by the park board and the funding that we have available, the design is what we've proposed this evening. I'd like to mention back in the mid-'80s, when the park, Centennial Park, was going to go and went under some renovation, there was a bathroom facility that was going to be installed at park level. At that point, it was approved through building permit, and it was actually, the foundation was set, and as the equipment was starting to be erected, the community came to the village and came to the park district and said they didn't want a bathroom. They didn't want to see a bathroom at park level. So at that point, that project did not move through, and the foundation still exists in the ground, but it was directed at that time not to include bathrooms at the Centennial site.
That's all I have for now.
Thank you.
I've got a quick question for both staff and applicant related to safety around the pier. I know that piers can make swimming in those areas dangerous. I wondered if staff knew what other regulatory bodies was evaluating the pier itself and any safety issues surrounding it. I'm also wondering what the applicant has done on that front.
Sure. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers will have to review the design of the pier, and also the Illinois Department of Natural Resources will be reviewing the design of the pier. And then following their review, then the village's engineer will complete a complete review along with our coastal engineer of the pier.
So similarly, I'm assuming the same question essentially. So similar to David, the reviewing bodies, I'd also like to note that even though that we're calling this a pier in its essence, it's surrounded by stone. So a lot of things that are subject to safety around a pier is the ability to dive off of a pier. One of the efforts that we looked at here was to line it with armor stone so they would not allow somebody to dive off of the pier in this case. So that's one of the things that we took in consideration as well, along with the fencing on the south border to help create a greater barrier with the dog beach as well. But to David's point, the core, the IDNR, and then lakefront construction permit process through the village and third-party consultants for the village would also opine on this.
Was any work done looking into the impact on rip tides, rip currents caused by the pier, and the impact on swimmers, dogs and human alike?
Once again, that's the reason for the stone surround for the pier. Our consultants that we have on the project, Red Barn with sub-consultants of Shabeek & Associates, we did look at those concerns, and part of the design elements you see with the surrounding stone is to reduce rip currents, or I don't want to say eliminate because you never know, but by design, we're looking to reduce that as much as possible.
Are you as safe with the pier with the armor stone as you would be with no pier?
I couldn't suggest one way or the other. Once again, it's based on an opinion on who's ever reviewing.
Okay, one more question, Mark, and then we'll open it up to public comment.
Kosa, can you tell me the distance between, that occupies the dog beach versus the distance that occupies the human beach in this plan?
Sure. The dog beach is set at 240 feet. That's from northern fence to southern fence. The swimming beach, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was 360 feet? 365 feet, depending on what part of if it's to the edge of the pier, I believe it's 360 feet to the northern property line.
And how does that dog beach at 240, I think you said, compare to the dog beach today?
The dog beach today has full sight. So they have not only the southern piece, but the northern piece, plus with not having a pier in there, they have the full length of the Centennial site existing.
Okay. And how many dog passes are currently active right now? Dog beach passes?
Do you recall, Shannon, off the top of your head? 335 or so?
So recently, we took a look at that, and it's just over 350. I want to say that about 175 are active users.
175 active users, okay.
Correct.
And those are, from a revenue perspective, those are, the cost of those is 75 for a resident and 200 for a non-resident? Do I have that?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you guys so much. We're going to have more questions. We just
Sure.
want to get the juices going. Okay, we're going to open this up now to public comment. Here's what I'd like to set as sort of grounding principles for this. We're going to start row by row. If anybody in that row would like to come up and give public comment, you're certainly available to do so. We've already sworn you in. You guys remember that. We're going to set a 3-minute limit on the public comment tonight, if no reason other than to make sure that we do have an ability to hear from everybody. If anybody here is proffering their time to another representative to speak on their behalf, please do so or have that applicant identify themselves when they come up, and I will be willing to extend the public comment time to speak on behalf of those others who have yielded their time to that person up to 10 minutes tonight. But again, I'll need to see a showing of hands for those folks who are not speaking in pursuit of somebody else. So we'll start in row 1, which I think is just the applicant and their folks. So we'll move on to row 2. Anybody wish to give public comment from row 2? Please come forward. And then your name, please, for the record.
Good evening. Mark Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr.
And I'm
Mitchell.
the owner of the home at 224 Sheridan Road, which is directly across from Centennial Park. And starting on a positive note, I heard some good things tonight about the infrastructure improvements for the slope, so I was happy to hear that. But I do have some serious concerns about the proposal from the Park District for the special use permit. I'm going to read from some notes here. I'll make it fast. So that we move along here. Under section 17.56120, standards for granting special use permits, it states the establishment and operation of the special use will not be detrimental or endanger the safety and general welfare of the public. So one of the last meetings I went to, I heard something about the proposed rock structures. and for breakwater. And I didn't hear anything about that tonight, but I'm here to say I think they're inherently more dangerous for people in the water. The rock structures offer far more opportunity for children to slip, fall, or more importantly, go out of line of sight for their parents. And we're all aware of some tragedies that have happened this past summer at the lakefront when we've lost some of our friends and fellow citizens. Section 2 states that the special use will not be substantially detrimental to the use nor substantially diminish or impair property values in the immediate vicinity. My response is, we purchased our home nearly 20 years ago, largely based on Centennial Park as it exists today. The Park District points to the neighbor to the south as proof of their plan is not detrimental to neighbors. I'm a direct neighbor to the park saying, I invested in my home with the hopes that Centennial would be preserved largely as it is now, not improved based on restrictive covenants and design input from a single neighbor. What is favorable for that one neighbor is not favorable for the majority of the close neighbors. Section 3, that adequate parking, utilities, access roads, drainage, and other facilities necessary to the operation of the special use exist or be provided. There is no plan for addressing parking in any of the documents that I have seen. The Park District can't just wave their hand and say, well, that will be sufficient parking at Elder, when that lot is full much of the year. Residents in our area barely have enough parking for themselves. Construction workers and landscapers are forced to park streets away, and students are paying many thousands of dollars a year to park in our neighborhoods to be close to New Trier. The Park District cannot propose a project of this magnitude and at this cost level and then say that they expect no increase in the intensity of the use. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Anybody else in row 2? Okay, we'll go to row 3. Anybody in row 3 like to give public comment? Please come forward. I'll also note we're going to reserve the right, obviously, for the applicant to respond in subtotal or in any aspects of the public comment that they hear tonight. And if anybody at some point wishes to cross-examine the applicant, we'll reserve that right for those members of the public. Please, your name for the record.
My name is David Seaman. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. I'm a former Park Board Commissioner, 2020 to 2023, and as you can imagine, Elder Centennial was my life for 3 years. But just for some perspective, in June of 2022, I was one of the commissioners that voted to withdraw the original permit application for Elder Centennial. It wasn't the right plan. It was a terrible meeting, but it needed to be done. Here we are now, over 2 years since that date, and we've had over 2 years of input from engineers, consultants, experts, residents, staff, untold hours of park board meetings, chats with commissioners, open houses. This plan's better. It's a lot better. That's why we're here tonight, or the Park District is here tonight. So thank you for the opportunity certainly to speak tonight on behalf of support of this plan. But I did want to focus on, I believe, 3 items that this plan addresses. We need to invest in our beaches. I always say we don't call this the North Park, the North Pool, the North Trail, or the North Golf. It's the North Shore. We need to invest in our lakefront to protect it. Mother Nature, she's unpredictable, and she's a really hard negotiator, and she is unrelenting. We need to invest in our beaches. Number 2, we need to protect them. We know that we are sand starved. That's a fact. We need to introduce structures into the lake to accrete sand, to create beaches, to maintain and protect them. And 3, I think most importantly, what Centennial is talking about is access. Right now, there was a question about Well, how big is the dog park? Well, just so you know, the whole beach is a dog park. I have a dog. I'm good with the dog park. But this plan increases and broadens access for the entire community, for everyone to enjoy, with or without a dog. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Anybody else in row 3? Thank you. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Livingston. I live at 117 DeWint Road. I just wanted to also sort of reiterate what my neighbor, who I don't actually know, just said. But the lakes, the beaches are dynamic, and they need to have maintenance and repair. Every single day that we wait, these maintenance and the repairs and the additions are getting more and more and more expensive. I believe it was in the January report that the Army Corps of Engineers made clear that if we do not act, we're not going to have a Centennial Beach. We are going to lose our beaches. It is time to get this started and getting this done. We elected a park board to solve this problem for us. They were elected to figure out, how do we maintain our beaches? How do we preserve our parks? They have worked countless hours. You can see the amount of work that's been put into this. This is frankly the first time I've sat through this whole presentation, but wow. I mean, the experts they've employed, the amount of thought they've put into this, the amount of feedback they've taken from our community. I mean, they have done the job they've been asked to do, which is figure out how to solve the problem. Is it perfect? Probably not. But is it as good as it's going to get? Well, they certainly seem to know a lot more about it, I think, than probably most people do. It's time to get this done. And lastly, I'd ask, keep in mind, they're doing their job. I ask that you guys do yours, which is about the zoning. I get it. The plan's not perfect. Bathrooms might be nice, water bottle stations. Maybe you don't like the size of the dog beach. But at the end of the day, those aren't zoning issues. Those are issues about what the plan should look like. And unless there's a significant safety problem with it or some other zoning problem with it, it's really not up to you guys to say we don't like this plan. And I'm not trying to be a jerk, but they are the people that we elected to figure this out. And by the way, we all know this process is going to evolve. This is not the last stage. It's going to go on. It's going to be iterated on. And there are going to be more and more inputs, and they're going to modify it to try to find some accommodation that compromises and fits the desires and the needs of this very diverse community that has very different views on what they want. So I just encourage you to please act tonight. Let's get this started. This has been going on way, way, way too long, and we need to do something, because if we don't, there will not be a beach here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your public comment. Anyone else in row 3 would like to speak? Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Patty Mitchell. We live directly across the street from Centennial Park, and we purchased our house 20 years ago. It was an 80-year-old home in need of total renovation, and we were willing to take on that task because of the beauty and serenity of Centennial Park and the lake, a view that we never anticipated would change. I view this park from our kitchen window every day, and the park's never overcrowded, even though it's enjoyed daily by many people. I can't fathom why the Park District feels a need for such outlandish and unwanted change to this magnificent property. And I definitely don't see why we would want to turn the natural beauty of the lake into a dangerous, unattractive rock pile with obstructing views that have been enjoyed for years. I'm perplexed as to how the Park District wants to make such extravagant changes and doesn't anticipate that it would cause more traffic, congestion, and safety concerns. How could it not? How could there not be more cars? It reminds me of the lyrics of Joni Mitchell's song, "Don't it always seem to go, you don't know what you've got till it's gone." They paved paradise and put up a parking lot. If the Park District would actually pay attention to the results of the caucus and the opinions of the majority of the residents, they'd clearly see that we are not interested in the Park District's grandiose plans. Listen to the people. Do not allow for the special use zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Anyone else in row 3? How about row 4?
Joanna Karatzis. I live in, do I have to say where I live? I live in Winnetka. Okay, in regards to the dog beach and its containment, I looked at the website of the Montrose Dog Beach, which, for those of you who don't know, is in Cook County. And on their website, it says, there's a question, is the beach fully fenced in? The answer is no. The dog beach, this is an off-leash dog beach, by the way. The dog beach is fenced on 3 sides with the lake making the 4th, but it is not impenetrable. There are gaps in the fences and gates that enterprising dogs can get through. Additionally, sometimes the fence doesn't run all the way to the lake, or may be damaged by storms and waves. Depending on the water levels and the sand buildup, there may be a gap of a couple of feet or more between the water's edge and the edge of the fence. So in another section, someone asked a similar question. The response was the lake is natural. I don't know why we have to have a hermetically sealed dog beach. I had a husky who could make Houdini look like a dime store magician. And he would never have picked his way up the rocks, climbed over a fence to escape. Just think about it. It's not really possible. So I think most of this fencing is totally unnecessary. And I want to succeed the rest of my time to Susie Schreiber, who's next to me.
Thank you. Yep.
Hello, Ted Winchenko, although not really sure the name is necessary. I'm giving Peter Friedman a break here tonight by not making you force me to say it. He knows what I'm talking about. Okay, first, I want to talk about the fence, but there are a couple things I want to address. First, I don't see a pier on this plan. I see a shore particular breakwater, and the fact that we keep calling it a pier, it just reminds me of what's going on in our national political discourse. When you can say a lie often enough, it becomes true. There is no pier here. It's another breakwater, and we should call it what it is. And then the other thing is that it's driving me crazy. The ordinary high water mark is one of the factors to consider in the property demarcation line. But as Mr. Friedman's firm said on page 14 of their memorandum to the Village Council in January of 2023, it is not always possible to determine where the correct boundary line is between private and public ownership, because we'd have to go back to the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, start there, look at accretions, whether they were natural or man-made, and we've had an engineered shoreline for 100 years. No one knows where the demarcation is, but we clearly know that it's no farther than where the water is now, and it's probably less because that southern part of the beach is trapped by an artificial structure. So they want to install a fence. It is improper. First, if I wanted to install a fence and I said I want to go over my sidewalk through the parkway out into the middle of Oak Street, I'd have no right to do that. It's not my property. The Park District does not own anything out beyond where their property ends. They don't have the right to ask for a fence, and this council and this village doesn't have the authority to grant that. If they want to ask the IDNR and the U.S. Corps, then maybe there's some authority there. But it is improper for them to ask, and it's improper for you to allow it. Also, since someone asked, the Corps and the IDNR have never, that I can see, ever commented on safety issues. That is not what they do. They don't care. So if they want to ask for a fence, it can't stop any farther. It has to stop before it gets to the water, and it shouldn't be any higher than the allowed grade. I mean, It shouldn't be. There's no reason for it. They're just trying to make it more and more difficult for people to get out. And then this fallacy, and this is what really drives me crazy. So I don't know if you guys know me. I actually have been in the area that they keep talking about between the groin and the rock pile, where everyone keeps saying, oh, it's going to be 6 feet, 12 feet. There is no way it is 6 feet, 12 feet. At the stairs, if there is 3 feet of sand between the groin, which is at that point south of what would be the extended property line of the Park District, if there's 3 feet of sand, I'd eat my shoe. But when you get to when you go inland from there, landward, that is not Park District land. That is the neighbor's property to the south. And it might be at most 6 feet. But the thing is that Park District keeps saying that that's going to be how the public's going to get around. If someone here thinks that Mr. Ishbia isn't going to hire a security guard to sit in a lawn chair on that beach and tell people that it's private land and you can't walk this beach to get to that staircase, you're living in a dream world. This is exactly what they're intending. So if the Park District, who has a duty to us as the citizens of this village, if they really want to put up a fence, that's fine, do it. But I'm not done. But they need to account for the walkway in their plan, in their land. They have to move it over so it's not on top of the groin, so that people can actually walk on Park District's land to get to the snare. I'm sorry, I went over 3 minutes. Bye.
Thank you for your public comment. Anybody else in row 4? Please come forward.
Yeah, I'm Steve Juliuson, 1436 Asbury in Winnetka. And just show of hands, how many people here know the history, the overview history of the two beaches? Just a few. Well, I'm going to try to give you an overview in under 3 minutes. So, since 1969, when Centennial Park was acquired by eminent domain, Winnetkins dreamed of uniting Elder and Centennial beaches by buying the property in between. That's 261 Sheridan. In 2005, the community declined to finance it. Oh, sorry. In 2016, the Winnetka Park District included the acquisition in their Waterfront 2030 plan, but not at the cost of losing public land to private interests. In 2020, the WPD entered a property exchange agreement with Justin Ishbia, the owner through trust of 261 Sheridan. This simple land swap traded 70 feet of Centennial Park for 261 Sheridan, but it had many strings and it didn't happen, hasn't happened. In 2022, the WPD and Ishbia submitted a headland beach design to preserve the bluff and enhance the beach. But that sparked public outrage over obstructed views and restricted beach access. So the WPD withdrew the plan and dramatically revised the design. Now we have a massive pier that divides the open 540 feet of Centennial Beach and fences off the southern half, limiting public access and replacing over 26,000 square feet of beach with stone, steel, and concrete. In October 2023, the WPD approved it 5-2 without any public input, considering other designs or involving anyone besides Mr. Ishbia and his team. Further, a donation agreement by Ishbia's Family Foundation mandates a restrictive covenant on public land, binding the Park District to this design and granting Ishbia 50-year control over Centennial. While uniting these parks has long been a goal, the current process raises serious concerns about transparency, public participation, safety, and legality of private interests controlling public land. So we urge you to please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds to spare. That was impressive. Anybody else in row 4 like to give public comment? Please come forward.
Okay. We need that.
Sorry, technical difficulties. I'm John Root, and I'm a resident of Winnetka. And thank you, ZBA members, for your duty to the community and your service. The Winnetka Park District states that the primary purpose of the pier is to separate the human swimming beach from the dog beach. And the WPD states the secondary purpose of the pier is to serve as an amenity to view the lake. Here at Centennial, right here, is 500 feet away from the pier at Elder. So you have two piers, or you'll have two piers, after the Centennial Pier is constructed. So this violates lakefront construction ordinances requiring the minimal amount of necessary building in the lake. And just basically, it makes no sense to have two piers so close together. Sand and bluff retention. The park department claims that this pier is going to retain sand and will protect the bluff. And they really have no basis for this. They haven't done a coastal engineering study, nor have they basically designed anything to go ahead and retain the sand and protect the bluff. Getting back to the Centennial Boardwalk design defects, again, this boardwalk is 330 feet in length and 12 feet wide and will cover 3,960 feet of the Centennial Beach. Mr. Schoon, in his analysis, when he's talking about the elevated boardwalk, we're talking about what? A sidewalk? No, we're talking about a structure that uses sheet piling, 2 rows of sheet piling to go ahead and elevate this structure. And basically, he's trying to call this structure a wall or a fence. In the write-up of the WPD in their application, they state that anything inside the front yard setback that's vertical is a wall or a fence. Does that make any sense at all? When the regulations were first written on the front yard setback, they weren't looking at the beach. They're considering a wall to be a masonry wall that bounds the property. So I think you need to look at it in that fashion. Thank you much.
Thank you for your public comment. Anybody else, please come forward. Yep.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Lori Morse. I don't live in Winnetka. I'm in the water using beaches all up and down the North Shore. Years and years, all the time, swam last week, sailed last week. I've seen good developments, bad developments, but the best beach I've ever seen is the one you've got in Centennial the way it is right now. The lake water level goes up, it goes down, there's erosion, and there's accretion. And it's been there for thousands of years, and I don't think there's any urgency. Somebody mentioned we've got to do something right now, and you know as a public board member, as I have been, that that's a red flag. Slow down, take a deep breath. My first comment, and I think I have a nice neighbor who ceded their 3 minutes. May I have your 3 minutes? Is she still there? Anyway, I'll speak quickly. First of all, Member Leister asked a question about safety, and I was quite surprised at the very weak answer you got from staff. And behind me, you have competent Park District staff that's familiar with Army Corps of Engineers and with the IDNR, and I am too. I have reviewed these permit applications for 15 years and written comments on all of them, that I have been able to visit the beaches and see what the proposals are. The IDNR and the Corps do not review for safety. These permit applications that will be submitted to the IDNR are predicated only on shore protection. As a matter of fact, the individual permits
For example, the one at 205, which is just south of this structure, anything with fences or railings, if it's below the ordinary high water mark, below the toe of the bluff, are not allowed by the DNR. They're absolutely not focused on safety. So I want to bring your attention to the people who do care about safety. And the people who care in Winnetka about Winnetka's safety in the Park District is PDERMA. That's the insurance agency. I hope you have paperwork in front of you. On October 21st, 2021 letter that says rock breakwaters are dangerous to swimmers. What they'd done is reviewed Lloyd Beach. Lloyd was a different problem. Lloyd actually has erosion or did have erosion. The breakwater beaches saw that, but quite honestly, they're having problems with people climbing on the breakwaters and swimmers and boaters having problems. So don't give up on that safety thing. You are the first line of defense. You people here in the zoning board, you have to begin here to be skeptical of some of the things that are said and not said to you after a whole hour's presentation, that you should have to go home and be misled about that. What I want to say about the specific design, I'll get my notes, is that in somebody else's world, having a beautiful treasure like this and dedicating it to dogs or half of it to dogs is almost immoral. I love my dog. I don't have one anymore. I would walk my dog on this beach. So there was something said in the presentation by Park District Commissioner Cotto that said, you know, it's just like the existing beach. We have an off-leash dog beach, and it's in the proposal. There are no fences on this beach for the existing dog beach. I don't know how you can approve a fence on a beach, and I want to keep you from wasting time. You're extremely patient to listen to all of us, and I can tell you the IDNR does not permit fences across the beaches. They permit fill in the lake for shore protection. They don't let even a park district have a dog Disneyland. In this instance, I understand that there's a donor that loves dogs and wants to encourage a dog park. And I think that you, as you consider what Winnetka has and can be, should encourage the Park District to get a four-sided dog park, a beautiful one with amenities, somewhere up and off the water. And if it's $300,000, whatever he's donating, and doesn't matter, if that's a generous deal, get a dog park someplace off this beach. So fences, this is in your purview, and there shouldn't be a fence on the beach anywhere. Also, even if you say it's okay, the Park District's going to have to go back because the IDNR has never approved a fence down and into the water.
Okay.
So the
We're gonna
last
need
thing,
you.
okay, the last
Thank
thing,
you.
let me talk about coastal resiliency. You don't need hardscape down here. You don't need more sand. We know as more and more of us experience temperatures over 90 degrees, you want shade, you want natural sand. You don't necessarily want old people sitting there in lawn chairs. What you want to do is get people into the water. And when I put kids in boats and when I teach kids how to swim, this breakwater is just nonsense. You don't need it. You're within 500 feet of another pier. And the washrooms they're close enough. Also, in terms of ADA development of getting down the hill, you don't need it for every single location. So you should be looking at this, as several members pointed out, as one piece with Elder. And then you only need one ADA accessibility. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Anybody else in row 4?
Good evening, fellow Winnetkins and ZBA members. Thank you for paying attention this long. I'm Chuck Dowding. Jane and I have lived here in Winnetka since 1976, and our two dogs learned to sail on Maple Street Beach. I'm a professor of civil and environmental engineering at Northwestern University, and I teach classes in geotechnical engineering that involve matters of sand transport. Let me begin with the big conclusion I have. I disagree that this plan increases access, because as I will show, this plan prevents access by beach walkers on at least 280 feet of the dog beach, and it prevents everyone else from walking and gaining access to land south of Centennial Park because of the failure of the Park District to provide access to the ordinary high water mark on its own property. There are 4 specific violations of the Winnetka ordinances which need to be specifically addressed by the ZBA. The details are provided. Oh, gee whiz, this minute here, this thing won't come. Here we go. The details are provided on pages 247 and 254 in your packet. Just because the staff has not identified these does not mean that they are not violated. They may have been missed, they may not be closed, and they may not be understood given the complexity of this unprecedented construction on our beachfront under new zoning ordinances on lakefront construction. So I'm just going to concentrate on 2 of these that focus on access. The 2 others will be addressed by others who will follow me. First of all, 12.04.04 prohibits construction of a fence on a public way, street, and Ordinance 17.04.03 defines Lake Michigan as a street. Thus, the animal control fences proposed by the Winnetka Park District cross into the lake and thus violate 17.04.03 because they block movement along the lake by walkers and boaters. Now, the 4th one in this that I identified for you is 15.78.08E, which is part of the lakefront construction ordinance. It requires provision of safe passageway to adjacent public land after construction. No 6-foot wide safe passageways is provided within the property bounds of Centennial Park. By these plans shown to the side me, and they appear on page 252 of the agenda pack. You can open that up and expand them at your leisure to look at them in more detail. Thus, the Winnetka Park District's application for an SUP should be denied. Furthermore, on page 5 of the August 2024 Winnetka Park District Village Review Memorandum number 3, I don't know whether you've gotten that yet or not, item number 11 shows that this issue is unresolved. So even the staff knows it's unresolved. And adjacent property owner's land cannot be used to satisfy a zoning requirement on that lot under construction. You cannot use a neighbor's side lot land to satisfy your side yard setback, as an example, but the Park District wishes to do so. These drawings describe in detail the violation of 15.78.08E and the public trust doctrine by preventing access to adjacent public lands. They will show that the Winnetka Park District assertion that access is safe, meaning, as Ted Winnecheco knows, you will not be arrested from trespassing on 205 Sheridan Road, is not true. This prevention of access to public land across 205 Sheridan Road's property is one of the central goals of the entire plan. These documents all have one geometry in common. This green line here that describes the ordinary high water mark and the point at which the groin, which houses the dog beach fence, cross, right? And therefore, at that point where they cross, there is 0 space for you to walk between 205's property line and the impenetrable dog beach fence to get to these red stairs over here, these stairs over there. Those are the stairs over which IDNR guarantees access to adjacent public land. CO5, which is part of the approved Winnetka permit to 205 Sheridan for their beach construction, all right, shows that there is only 1.5 feet at the point at the stairs in order to get to the stairs, and only 3 feet at the ordinary, at the beach line, thus allowing 205 Sheridan Road to ask the Winnetka Police Department to cite anybody who gets on those stairs because they couldn't possibly have gotten there without violating their property and going across the 1.05 feet. C-147 of the Winnetka Park District's own plan shows this, all right? And it's in conflict with this document provided by the Village 205 Sheridan Road. And it really requires a new plat of survey to resolve this issue because these two documents conflict with each other. So locating the animal control fence on the sheet pile groin abrogates the public trust doctrine and the IDNR administrative law requiring public access to public land. As Lori said, the IDNR will never allow a fence to be placed on lake land. With the fence on the groin, the CO2 document over there allows, and this is approved by Winnetka, so 205 has in their possession this approved document, right? Allows them to request the Winnetka Police Department to cite any person on the groin stairs for trespass by walking outside the minuscule 1.5-foot public passageway. We know 205 Sheridan Road will do this because they already have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your public comment.
Chuck, can you put these up for me? I'm next. I was in the next row. Hi, my name's Katie Stevens, and I wanted to just educate you on a couple things that I misunderstood tonight, and I think I'm correct on. Number one, per the public doctrine that David Schoen talked about, we have the right to walk at the beach line. You're telling me I can't even walk at the water line for the majority of a beach, which has a value of like $10 million, and I'm not allowed to walk on it because I don't have a dog. But I have a fake dog, so I guess I'll take my fake dog that's not vaccinated and try and get a permit. The second thing I want to tell you is Elder was approved 10/19 of 23. So they don't want to show you both plans, in my opinion, because it's 168 feet of rocks across, and the northern end of Elder is 90 feet wide. Okay? Now I'm going to tell you those are the things that I think were not cited correctly. You guys are responsible for the health and safety and zoning. The water level, you've heard, is currently at 577, and the rocks that will go in Lake Michigan will go up to 587.5, 10 feet. That's about up to that pediment at the top of that door. Let's pretend we have a swimmer who's down there, a kayaker here, and a paddleboarder here. You won't see any of them if they have an accident. David and I, my husband, first husband, kayaked from Elder to Lloyd. The lake waves grew from Elder going to Lloyd, and we decided we'd get off at Lloyd because it was unsafe. David, who grew up on a lake, tipped over in his kayak on these rocks, and he could not get out of his kayak because of all these stones. You're welcome to come up and look at them. They're all underneath. The kayak, you have to be in water to get out of the kayak. These piers and rock walls are the most unsafe thing, and I never thought we'd experience it, but I wanted to tell you that story. The 10-foot rocks, next one please, are wet, slippery, moss-covered, jagged, and have large crevices. As you can see, people walk at Lloyd. This is a man walking at Lloyd. I have a boat. I'm at Lloyd every weekend. People are walking on these rocks every weekend. You can fall in any of these holes. This does not have a path at the top. It's completely jagged. Neither do theirs. And we have had 4 drownings on our beaches and 2 quadriplegic accidents off piers. So a lifeguard at the beach, if they hear someone's drowning on another beach, they have to go up a ramp, down a stairway, and swim out, or go 225 feet around that. Now, I can't swim 225 feet, especially in rough water. That pier is 79 feet wide, and it would be exhausting. Are these huge rock walls what is minimally necessary, which is what your job is? No, a 225-foot pier, are you kidding me? It's twice as big. We have a 12-foot wide pier with a stormwater pipe under it, and they want to move it north and put a 90-foot rock wall in. It could simply be extended to go out further. It has no rocks on either side. Elder has historically been named the second dirtiest beach in the nation, and it has been closed for 4 years. The stormwater pipe that you're not seeing tonight at Elder, they want to move it north. You have the responsibility for health. You need to see the whole plan, because if you look at Elder, we're swimming in the crap. We, the public, are paying $18 million to swim in the crappy side of the beach, and the dogs get the cleaner water. The Winnetka PD has chosen for people to swim in a cesspool. It's also enclosed like this, next to the stormwater pipes, and the dogs get the cleaner, sunnier beach. Are you kidding me? We, the public, are paying this $18 million to swim in that. Finally, I got involved, next slide, please, 4 years ago, only because I wanted to keep our priceless views. I can literally see at the beach level the Waukegan stacks, and I can see all of Gilson Park. I will tell you, everything you're seeing tonight is an aerial view, but not a view from the beach. I will tell you, if we have a 10-foot wall, if a swimmer's out at boys will be boys. Boys take their bikes off the piers. We cannot have a 245-foot pier. This plan is impossible, and I'm asking you to please, God's name, don't approve the Elder Centennial project tonight. It's terrible. Thanks, John.
Thank you for your public comment.
This is currently our open beach, just so you can see Elder and Centennial and everything.
Thank you so much. Any members of the public in row 5, please come forward.
Mary, which one is yours? Okay.
Good evening. Thank
Good
you
evening.
first for your volunteerism. It's a long one tonight.
Thank you.
I am Mary Garrison, and sometimes I cannot believe, but I'm a concerned citizen, and regarding the future of Centennial Park and Beach, I want you to know I served as a commissioner on the Winnetka Park Board for 17+ years, including 5 as president. I am passionate about our parks today and in the future. And as you know, the Village of Winnetka has approved a steep slope ordinance, I'll call it SSO, to protect our lakefront bluffs, both now and for future generations. Additionally, compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, is vital in all our village projects. The ADA emphasizes universal design, making environments accessible to everyone without intrusive or specialized modifications. However, the proposed ADA pathway at Centennial Park, as requested by the applicant, is seeking a zoning variance from the SSO, and this variance presents a significant threat to the bluff. It involves a long stretch of steel and concrete that contradicts the very purpose of the SSO. If a zoning variation is granted, the integrity of the bluff, as has occurred at the property immediately to the south of Centennial, will be compromised. As members of the ZBA, your review of a requested zoning variance must consider certain standards, one of which addresses public health, safety, and welfare. In my opinion, the proposed ADA ramp is full of serious safety risk, becoming an attractive nuisance with skateboarders, dogs, children, strollers. This ramp has lost sight of its main purpose, the challenged. I envision the mayhem of excited dogs tearing down the ramp to the dog beach, while skateboarding teens careen the same path occupied by small children, seniors, and the challenged. I am a proponent of ADA access. I have been the guardian of my nephew who resides at Misericordia in Chicago. and have served and supported this organization since 1988. I'm extremely knowledgeable of the needs of challenged people, but also I want to protect the bluffs. Perhaps a better and safer alternative is an ADA lift from the top of the bluff to the beach, combined with the Moby mat for beach access. This option is simple, non-invasive. I know the Park District doesn't like it, but it's fully compliant with both SSO and ADA. There is no need to grant the zoning variance requested by the applicant, as a lift is much less invasive alternative to the destruction of the Centennial Bluff, The ADA pathway as proposed is an attractive nuisance and without a doubt an accident waiting to happen. Please deny the applicant's request for a zoning variance. It is unnecessary, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comment. Anybody else like to come forward? Yes, please.
May I close this?
How about right there?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Here,
Sorry.
I'll do. You go ahead.
That's okay. We're good.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Mizell. I've lived in Winnetka since 1996. I'm here to speak about the standard that I expect you commissioners are least comfortable addressing, and that is the one concerning neighborhood character. The beach itself is a neighborhood within a neighborhood, and the beach's character has much to do with its expansiveness and its vistas. We don't have mountains here or skyscrapers. If you want to go somewhere in town and experience something like visual infinity, you go to the beach, which offers a panorama extending from Waukegan to Wilmette. Now imagine looking south from Centennial, and instead of gazing as far as the eye can see, you have what Ticketmaster calls an obstructed view. It connotes a subpar experience, and they give you a discount because it's worth less. Let's take a moment to look at the village's zoning ordinance, which cites among its important objectives protection of the scale and character of existing neighborhoods from the encroachment of structures having excessive bulk. When it comes to scale and character and the bulk of what is proposed, which, as you've seen from John Root's graphics in your packet, approximates the Pyramid of Giza, the Park District's plan is greatly at odds with this objective. Imagine taking a sleepy swimming beach and turning it into something as visually cluttered as a harbor. Okay, now I've asked you twice to imagine the impact of this design on the character of the neighborhood and the beachgoer's experience, even though my work has taught me that the average person struggles greatly to envision something that is different than what they're used to looking at. So I'll conclude with a very practical suggestion that you do what Kenilworth did and ask for 3D modeling of the present and the proposed, the current vistas and the proposed, and that you withhold judgment until you can use that especially helpful information to guide you. Meanwhile, I'll acknowledge that the Park District or staff did show you one photo of the view looking south, and that was the view from a person 5 feet 10 inches in height, which is taller than the average man and half a foot taller than the average woman, and who knows how much taller than the viewpoint of the average child. Beachgoers are primarily children, primarily brought there by their mothers or female caretakers, and all you were able to see from the stance of a 5'10" person was a narrow band of horizon above that proposed wall. So it's going to be a lot worse than it looked, but even what you saw eliminated the whole vista towards Wilmette. So this is all very important, and it deserves an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Kimberly Marsh. I live at 360 Forest Street, and I'm a daily user of the Dog Beach and have been for 30 years. I am also urging the zoning board members to table or vote no to this application for a special use permit. The massive stone breakwater and pier, as designed, will impede sight lines from the shore out to where swimmers and dogs will be enjoying Lake Michigan, creating a detrimental safety issues. I urge all zoning board of appeals members to go down to Elder and Centennial, stand in the sand at water's edge, and observe the views out into the lake as well as along the shoreline going north and south. Visual aids and computer models do not provide the full impact of what will be lost if massive rock walls and a large pier are built. I have unfortunately been an eyewitness to 2 serious safety incidents, one of which was a fatal drowning that occurred in the water off the current Dog Beach. In July of '23, a man drowned after jumping in to assist some children who had been tipped off an inflated raft being towed by a boat. The driver of the boat did not immediately see what was happening because he was occupied with fixing the raft's tow rope. Multiple people on the Dog Beach saw the swimmer in distress and called 911. The 2 people I was standing with swam out to assist. Massive stone breakwaters, as proposed, would have impeded the sight lines to this horrible incident. This August, I witnessed a concerning near-miss incident again at the Dog Beach. A man had a young hunting dog who swam way out beyond the sandbar distance in deep water at the north end of the Dog Beach. At first, the dog just paddled around, but then suddenly headed south toward Kenilworth, at about where the buoys are at Lloyd. The man, who was a strong swimmer, jumped in to get the dog, but was unable to keep up with the dog, who was ignoring his calls. From the beach, I could not visualize them past the South Breakwater construction fence, but the man was clearly struggling. A much younger man jumped in to assist and swam around the rock breakwater to aid the struggling swimmer. None of this was visible from the Dog Beach after they passed the massive breakwater already in place at the Ishbia property. And there was no land route back for the exhausted dog and his very tired owner, except to swim back in the water that was over an average person's head. All ended well, but the whole incident again raises the sightline safety issue, and reinforces the need to have a safe land route at the water line. This will not be the only dog or person or child to swim around whatever barrier, wall, or fence is erected. Please table or deny the proposed special use application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else? I forgot what row we're in. 5?
5.
Come on up.
Okay. Can I take these down? Okay, thank you. My name is John Edwardson. I live at 301 Sheridan, the property that borders Elder Lane Park on the north side. I've bought the home in '05. We built a new home in '08, and we built a boathouse in 2010. So like the Park District, I have been through this committee. I've been through the Village Council. I've been through the IDNR, and I've been through the Army Corps. So I understand the length of time it takes to make this happen. At the same time, I got very interested, and by the way, my wife has ceded her 3 minutes to me, which I don't think has ever happened before, so I intend to use part of it. I hope she's laughing. But we got involved with the new planning for the park, and I've known the last 3 presidents of the Park District. I've known the last 3 executive directors of the Park District, and I think I've known Costa for longer than all of those. And I sincerely want to thank him for the effort he has been putting in over the years. Just a couple of questions, which I guess I'm confused about. I thought in the Elder Lane Park plan, I saw that the pier there was going to be removed. You know, I've heard a couple times tonight that is not the case. So that's a little puzzling to me. Oh, okay, but several other people said it was going to be there, and why do we need to? I know from looking at the Elder Lane plan, because I spent a lot of time on that as the neighbor, that is going to be removed. So let's kind of clear that up. Second, with respect to erosion, David has seen, because I showed it to him, a survey of my property that was done in the 1880s. The bluff was about 26 feet further east than it is today. For those of you who are here in the audience who have said that nothing changes on the lake, it sure as heck does change, because we've seen it in the surveys on our property that we bought with the house. I don't know how tall the average person is, but maybe Costa would have been better if you had put some lifeguard stations, because I think they're pretty tall. What are they, about 6 feet, 7 feet when you climb up on them? So the question is not what's on the beach, it's what's the view from the lifeguard stand. These are all beside the point. The only reason I'm really here is this. I'm concerned about beach erosion. I've been concerned about it on my property. Every lakefront owner in Winnetka has spent lots of money, except for one owner, to protect their beach and their bluff. And it's this property, Elder and Centennial. All this stuff is not that important to me. What's important to me is that you protect the bluff so it doesn't erode any further. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please come forward.
Good evening, Linda Welch. I've lived in Winnetka for 39 years. The Park District's proposed pier harms the general welfare and safety of the residents by covering the lake and beach with steel, stone, concrete, blocking the sightlines along the beach, and seriously degrading the environment and creating, as many have said, a major safety hazard. The pier violates the lakefront construction ordinances because it is more than what is minimally necessary for its intended purpose, which is to delineate the dog beach from the human beach. There are other options. The proposed pier will be 79 feet wide and will extend eastward 239 feet into the lake and will consume over 18,000 feet of lakefront and beach. A chain link fence, a simple chain link fence, could be just as effective in separating the dog from the swimmers, and it will only cover a 2-inch wide part of the beach and the lake bed for a total of 40 square feet versus 18,000 feet. Use of a massive pier to delineate a dog beach from a swimming beach is not proper use for the lakefront construction, and the pier will greatly interfere with the sightlines onto the lake. Quickly, I just want to mention that there are 7 dog beaches along the Illinois North Shore. 4 of these share a boundary with a public swimming beach. All of the 4 beaches use simple fences to separate dogs from human swimmers. Go down to Gilson. It's easy. You can see it. It's a 4-foot chain link fence that separates humans from the dog beach. Simple, easy, not massive. Another option, too, to separate swimmers and people from the dogs is to move the dogs down to Elder, and then Centennial can be for the humans. I encourage you to consider or to think about the fact that there really is no need for a pier at Centennial. I ask you to reject the Park District's application. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. Thank you
evening.
so much. My name is Peggy Marte. My husband and I moved to Winnetka in 1971 and raised 4 sons here. We were beachgoers and we spent many days there. We moved to the city for a few years and we are now back living in Winnetka. For the last few years, I have been following what's happening at Centennial and Elder Beachfront. I have read numerous articles and seen many photos, and I've seen many this evening. In order to support what is being proposed, I decided that I needed to see for myself in person. May I ask this group of Board of Appeals, how many of you have actually been down to Centennial and Elder Beach in the last 30 days? Okay. Needless to say, I was quite surprised and shocked to see what is already there. Photos do not capture what you are proposing. Tall walls that protrude far out into the water, our beautiful sightline will be ruined. Surely there is a better solution. I was talking to a friend who served on the zoning board in the 90s. Members were required to visit proposed projects before they were entitled to vote. I think as responsible citizens, we all want what is best for Winnetka. As members of the zoning board, I hope you will do due diligence and actually see for yourself before casting a vote. I would like to suggest a meeting of the zoning board at Elder and Centennial Beaches. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yeah, that's okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Susie Schreiber, a former Winnetka Park District Commissioner and member of a lead team involved over the last 30-plus years for the cleanup of the Waukegan Harbor Area of Concern, an extended area of concern on the Great Lakes under the governance of the International Joint Commission for Canada and the United States. I would like to make 3 quick comments before I read you this. And this is related to what was said, and I'm responding as a Park District Commissioner who was sitting here up there listening to the citizen concerns about the bathroom at Centennial Park. And Costa, because, there you are. I was there, and it was a long journey of about a year, and we had one member of the community who felt that bathrooms were going to bring narcotics and all kinds of crime to Winnetka if we put them in there or at Nick Corwin Park. And so that was a big issue, and we didn't have the same kind of communications in that era that we now have. But the park board decided not to become divisive within the community, so all of the infrastructure is in place, the plumbing, et cetera. The bathroom was ordered and was en route, and it was returned by the Winnetka Park District to the owner, to the corporate party that was sending it, and you have Centennial Park with no bathroom. But the person that really was fighting against this said everybody needed to go home if they needed to go to the bathroom. And that was the main argument. Now, the other 2 points are Lake Michigan is the Great Lakes are federal waters, and obviously that includes Lake Michigan. And under the ADA comments, the term universal ADA, universal is a generalistic term. It isn't site-specific or list-specific of what you need or to do to be in compliance. Now, I will read this. Communities around the Great Lakes Basin are looking at maintaining and enhancing ecosystem integrity as we deal with the coastal hydrology of the entire Great Lakes Basin. Lake Michigan is part of the Great Lakes watershed. This watershed represents 20% of the world's fresh water supply, and Illinois has 63 miles of shore on the 1,638 miles of the Lake Michigan coast. Winnetka's piece of Lake Michigan portion of the Great Lakes coastline must be responsibly managed for the macroinvertebrate and microorganisms communities and for the avian and fisheries communities living within the nearshore tableland slopes and ravines and nearshore in-lake habitat. The property to the south of Centennial and Elder Lane Parks recently removed the entire natural bluff area, replacing it with concrete, steel pilings, and stone. The Winnetka Park District's current proposal on the bluffs of Centennial Park is to extensively remove and pave a great deal more of this important bluff habitat for a poorly designed equipment access road running diagonally across the steep slope. This same road is to be used for ADA access, although it has not been properly vetted to meet actual ADA standards to date. And I did check with the former, and he has passed away a year ago, but with the former head of the ADA National Commission that was established under President Clinton, and he served on that for 8 to 10 years, and he's very familiar with the Illinois shoreline. And this was Carl Lewis. And he says using the word universal is not satisfactory in meeting ADA standards. We need to be more specific. Contrary to the Winnetka Park District statement in recent PR pieces that their plan is state-of-the-art for shoreline protection, this is not the case. It is a somewhat older technology right now. There are newer ways to address some of these things. Their plan exacerbates the ecological functioning of the steep slopeland intersecting with the shoreline for the floristic and faunal communities. Hardening the steep slope interface between land and waters is not a healthy option from the already impacted Lake Michigan coast, and this in turn affects the Great Lakes ecosystem and hydrology as a whole.
Ms. Shriver, if you could, could finish up. Thank you. Yeah.
NOAA basin studies of offshore islands designed with natural underwater habitat within their footings are examples. They are currently have been placed off of Illinois Beach State Park, and I think we need to look at how these operate, the upsides of them and the downsides, but they are offshore, and if placed in other areas on the Great Lakes or further south on the Illinois shoreline, they can both buffer private property and public property simultaneously. We should have in hand the Winnetka portion of the bathymetrics of our entire shoreline prior to advancing proposed infrastructures on our bluffs. Thank you for your thoughtful and studied consideration of the data and documents presented to you this evening regarding the permit request of the Winnetka Park District for Centennial Park. I would urge you not to vote on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please, anybody else?
Sorry, I cut out before you got to my row, but
That's
I have to
okay.
be downtown early tomorrow, so I need to go. First, thank you for going through and listening to everybody's comments. My name is Teresa Claybrook. I'm a former Parks Board Commissioner, and I was actually part of the Winnetka 2030 Lakefront Master Plan team that helped put together the original plan. And I can tell you there was an extensive amount of community input that went into the original plan. And even as that plan has morphed over time to come to each of the drawn conclusions that have taken place in each of the respective parts, it came with extensive additional community input to consider the right amenities for our village and for what that park needs. And I just am here to say I'm in full support with the plan that is being put forward today. I think it addresses a couple of very key things that were critically important when we were talking about the lakefront plan many years ago, and that included access to it, access from both an ADA ability as well as just access for our broader community to activate their interest and their ability to use the beaches. In addition, it's about protecting our beaches. And I think every person here can probably recognize that the breakwaters that were put in place at Lloyd Beach have absolutely helped protect that beach and brought us back a beach amenity that was really disappearing due to the high water marks. And so that pier, you can call it whatever it is also a breakwater, and it serves to help protect our beaches, and it will help bring the people back down to that beach, and it will help us be able to utilize this invaluable asset for our community. So a lot of people have offered their opinions and their thoughts related to the Centennial Beach. And I recognize that no one, in any plan that is put forward, there are always people that are against it, and you're hearing some people here today that are against it. But I absolutely think that the Park District has done their due diligence to come up with the best plan for our community, and I would strongly encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please come forward. We'll go, let's stay with the, okay. We'll finish the rows, and then we'll go to the arterials. Wow.
Hello, my name is Chris Schriesheim, and I'm commenting on the Centennial Plan's material departure from what we all know is reasonably necessary for a dog beach. The Park District's plan threatens public health. There are no bathrooms in the Park District's plan, which violates a code provision on creating a public nuisance. No bathrooms means that people will be using the lake or the sand. That is a public nuisance. Also, it occurred to me when I was sitting here tonight that there are only 2 lifeguards at a swimming beach typically, at least the smaller ones. What are they going to do when they're on their shifts all day? They're not going to wade into the lake. Or if they have a cut, they won't have a sink to wash a cut off. 3 of my kids were lifeguards. It's a big responsibility, and this plan would make it harder. My first theme is Fear the Pier, and that's a mantra for people who are interested in beach safety. Piers and breakwaters create rip tides, structural currents, which you can see down there. They block sight lines and make it harder to carry out rescues. The plan threatens the public welfare. Piers and breakwaters create drowning risks. Yet I didn't see anything in the Park District's plan incorporating modern safety measures, such as specific pier closure procedures, which it turns out the police want, and systematic warnings during dangerous conditions. My third point is personal, and that is that our Park District lifeguards are not the professionals you see on California beaches. They're high school students and college students. And I think their welfare would be threatened by attempting rescues in waters made more dangerous by the confluence of structural currents, which are always generated by piers and breakwaters, and rip currents. And when the two clash, it creates a washing machine effect where a swimmer is being pulled back and forth. And I just don't think it would be safe to put our swimmers or our young lifeguards into that losing situation, which I really fear could very well be tragic. I did hear that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, it's not a safety body, but they have a safety paper on piers and breakwaters, and they have specific warnings about conditions involved in each that are dangerous to people in the water. Weather conditions may knock or wash people into the water from a pier or a breakwater. They have slick surfaces, jagged, sharp edges. They create structural currents. Swimmers face severe risks of getting wedged between armored stone or slamming into them, particularly at times of lower water. And that is language I took straight from the Army Corps of Engineers. They also added that falling and jumping off structures poses grim dangers, including death and serious injuries, which we are familiar with, sadly, in Winnetka. I think that the Park District Centennial Plan would create and magnify risks to swimmers, are young lifeguards who are doing it as summer jobs before going back to school, boaters, and pets. And I don't think the Park District has managed to establish that the plan is safe or effective. And this just occurred to me. I mean, maybe you'll think it's a little silly, but I was wondering about our Park District plan versus Navy Pier, and I just thought it was visually striking, the parallel structures of four built structures in the water across the shoreline. Navy Pier is a major tourist attraction and entertainment venue, and I feel that what the Park District is trying to do and would like to lead up to is having an entertainment venue on the beach that will draw more people that we can handle, and that's not going to be consistent with the R2 zoning at all, and that will definitely impair the neighborhood's quality of life and our village. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your public comment. Anybody else in the back rows that we haven't? I think I'm on row 6. Sure.
So my name's David Stevens. I'm Katie's first husband, and as far as I know, the only one. I just have a couple of quick comments, and I wanted to acknowledge that there's been a lot of hard work, put in on this application by the park board and the team that they've assembled. But one of the things that I've learned in business over the years is that hard work does not guarantee a good result, and that's really where I'm coming from tonight. I've got several issues with the application. Number one, I really don't think it takes into account the inputs of a majority of the residents. I've always been perplexed as to why the park board has never gone out for a referendum on this. I've been to numerous park board meetings, info sessions, village board meetings to try and address this, and I still do not have a clear answer as to why it's never been a referendum. So the proposal here is the results of the hard work by the team that was put together, but it really doesn't take into account the whole village as a whole. Number two, I think that the plan that they've submitted is piecemeal. It does not take into account elder, which I think, as some of the people have expressed tonight, it really needs to be a comprehensive plan. And if there's already a pier or rock wall at Elder, we do not need another one, but where is that? How does that all flow together? And that needs to be part of the overall purview of this board, is to take a look at the entire plan, not just one at a time. And the third issue that I've got with the application is that I believe that it goes too far into the lake. It's overbuilt. It has rocks around the side, a lot of the things that other people have brought up here, so I won't reiterate them today. So, while my comments tonight may not address the issue directly before the zoning board, because it may be more comprehensive than that, I would recommend that you at least table it, if not deny this application, until a more comprehensive proposal can be submitted, because as somebody else said, you are the first line of defense, and you have the power to at least stop this where it is, to where we can get something that makes more sense to the entire village. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. All right, I'm just going to open it up. Anybody else? Thank you for your patience.
Hi, I'm Wendy Dury. I live at 339 Sheridan Road. I have lived there for over 30 years, neighbor of Katie and Dave's, and I just want to kind of piggyback on what Dave was saying as far as I personally swim a lot. I go south from our house and I go north. Going south lately, particularly this year, has been a nightmare. And to see this almost 100-yard thing go out in the water, I just can't even fathom it, to tell you the truth. The water clarity has changed drastically since the new build has come in. His rocks are there. I use sight when I swim, both north and south. And at one of the other meetings that got canceled, I happened to be swimming the day before, and there was a big, Katie had a thing where it showed just how, I'm not going to say dirty the water was, but dirty the water was when you swam. I mean, I literally go from being able to see somewhat, and before I even get to John Edwardson's, there's no more clear water for swimming. And so that's become a little issue with all this building. And I think that we have two beaches, Elder and Centennial. And again, I'm just going to go piggyback on Dave's. Until you have a complete plan, I don't know how you can zone this out, because I really have an issue with any kind of thing going out in the water almost 100 yards. And I'm not quite sure how wide it was going to be, but it can't be 79 feet wide. 79 feet wide?
The pier structure itself is 15 feet wide. The armor stone adjacent to it is what they're suggesting is wider.
But it is wider, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so that's my little comment, but I have been impacted by a house that is directly south of us, of which we have, out of two beaches, we have one now, because they went so far in and took the bluff out.
Thank you for your comment. Hey. Sure. I don't know, but I'm just gonna.
I am speaking tonight on behalf of Irene Smith, who couldn't be here. I propose that you, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, table the Winnetka Park District's application for a special use permit for Centennial Beach and Park. You simply do not have all the information you need. I hope you will all visit Elder and Centennial before you make a decision. The Park District wants to build an outlandishly expensive and over-engineered design at Centennial at the behest of the property owner at 205 Sheridan. The Winnetka Park District wants to do a similar plan at Elder. In the meantime, the property at 261 Sheridan between the two parks cuts the Park District's plans in half. That home also belongs to Orchard 2020 Revocable Trust, Mr. Ishbia's fund. And what about the swap of 261 Sheridan for the southernmost 71 feet of Centennial Park? That arrangement is now dormant, which has no legal meaning and is subject to ongoing litigation. How can you consider a project that completes the Park District's plan to combine the two beaches until you know whether the swap is going to happen? There is no rush to do the Centennial project. Tower, Lloyd, and Maple Beaches are functioning and beautiful. Centennial Park and Dog Beach are just fine the way they are. Elder Beach should be repaired and reopened. There are stairs to the beach as well as a beach house with bathrooms, which Centennial does not have. Elder has been closed for 4 years. It should be opened before the Zoning Board of Appeals gets involved in an enormous project which is woefully incomplete. Thank you very much, Irene Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, wherever you are. Is there any other public comment? Sure, please come forward.
Oh, do I get mine? I'm Carol Rasmus. I live 4 properties south of Centennial. And like my neighbor, Mr. Edwards, I'm very concerned about Winnetka's beaches, to the point that we no longer have any beach, which started disappearing when the first rocks hit the property at 205. I can only imagine a pier being twice as far out in the water and I think 4 times as wide, what that's going to do to any property south. But that's my personal problem. The pier or breakwater is unsightly, unneeded, and unwanted. It makes me wonder what would happen if we really did put this whole proposal to a referendum. Would the people of Winnetka really vote for it? Ladies and gentlemen of the Village of Winnetka Board, tear down that wall. Oh, I'm sorry, that pier.
Thank you for your public comment. Anybody else? Okay, with that, did I see a hand go up? Okay, with that, we will close public comment for the evening. I'd like to say, for the record, as we approach 10:40, thank you, everybody, for taking the time to come out tonight and share your opinions. This is what we mean when we say we have an active and engaged civic community in Winnetka, and providing public comment in forums like this is precisely the way that you are able to demonstrate that for communities that are not as active and engaged as we are. So thank you for that public comment. I'm going to ask the applicant if they could come back up for a moment. I'd like to provide some options as to how to proceed given the hour and the night, but I want to preserve those rights and options for the applicant. Ultimately, do want to allow you the opportunity to respond, certainly not to all of what you've heard tonight, but in as much as you've now heard certain of those concerns, I do not mean to press you to answer those questions tonight. If you feel the benefit of time would allow you to get clarity on certain of the macro and micro issues that we heard tonight. Some of those are very clearly in our mandate at the zoning board level. Many of them, I think we would all agree, are not. And yet, that's the beauty of public comment and people sort of speaking from where they are and their understanding of it all. We definitely have more questions for you, but I am cognizant of the time of night. My inclination, if it's acceptable to you at this level, would be to continue this to a date certain in the future if we had such support from the dais here to allow, again, a sober and thoughtful discussion of the issues. Is that acceptable to you? Would that be something that we could entertain tonight?
As far as the Park District's concerned, we are willing and able to answer any questions you have this evening. However, if the Zoning Board of Appeals needs additional time or has additional questions for us that you would like us to answer at a future date, we'd be happy to accommodate that, but we are more than willing and able to answer any questions you have this evening.
Yeah, I'm just mindful of finding a nice break point. I do think, just given what we've all heard and the continued questions that I know we have, I don't want to put us into, precarious time of night to still then have to continue this. So I feel like it's a nice point to break, but I guess I'll open it up to my colleagues on the dais here. Are there timely questions that you'd like to continue to ask of the applicant now, or should we consider continuing this to a date certain in the future?
The hour is late. I think your point raised that this is a pretty good spot. I don't see a conclusion being reached here this evening, given the hour and the questions that we would all have.
I would agree, in the way of time and a conclusion, but also the so much talk of 220 documents here and 400 documents there, and there's just so much to dive into. So I would agree.
Here's what I might propose to make sure that...
Mr. Bradley?
Yes, please.
I think so that we can adequately address your questions.
You're taking the words right out of my mouth.
I would invite the members of the board to send questions to staff.
Yeah.
So we can really dive into those questions and be prepared to answer them completely.
I was going to suggest that we proffer the questions right here and now, and then that way they're part of the public hearing, and you have an ability then to take that information. So we could put forward maybe not all of our questions, but some of them to guide you on your way to our next meeting. Otherwise,
maybe any questions that we have that would require them to go back to their office or their plans and get research answers, not necessarily, if we have questions that they can answer on the spot, maybe we can hold on to those for the next meeting. But if we've got any questions that they can't answer, or we're asking for more information that they need the month to collect, we could just limit it to those right now.
is that... I mean, I'm just trying to think about from the collection of the questions, obviously, could organize them internally and have them submitted through staff, but does that?
I guess it's just hard to predict what we need more time to
Yeah.
answer or what we don't need more time to answer.
Well, that's why we were suggesting maybe they ask now, so that you don't come back at the next meeting and get new questions that may require more effort on your part. Hopefully, we can get it all out so that you have a chance to prepare for the next meeting fully, if the ZBA knows their questions.
Does everybody feel like? No?
That's fine, it'll be redundant, but we'll see.
Okay. Okay. So maybe I'll start, again, this is strange, but maybe I'll start with some questions not to be answered tonight, but, to sort of guide discussions or answers as we reconvene. Specifically around the steep slope ordinance, I'd like to understand whether or not the access ramp, which has been framed by the proposal and the materials as the ADA accessible ramp, which again, I understand has multiple purposes in getting maintenance down there. I'd like to understand what is driving the 10-foot width specifically. I can understand the need to sort of create space for ADA accessible machinery or equipment and your own, village equipment, maintenance equipment. But if the idea is that they're never shall they meet, I'm trying to understand the width that is setting off the level of steep slope variance that we're looking for. Ultimately, I want to understand what mitigation efforts you have undertaken to provide as minimally invasive slope, detriment as possible. I did not hear, so that's my first question on steep slope. As it relates to the outcropping stones and the reconfigured mid-bluff paver, this is more of a comment than a question. I am not hearing it as to a justifiable reason why the relief is being sought on those two items. So I would hope that you might come back at least to explain to me why a 6-foot outcrop stone as opposed to the 5 that's allowed by right under the steep slope ordinance. Same as it relates to the mid-bluff paver walkway. Why exceed the 5-foot that's allowed by right through the steep slope ordinance? We don't like to just create exceptions on the preference of the applicants. We need it to be grounded in the standards. We need to understand the utility of that variance against the purpose of the steep slope standard. I am not seeing it right now. That seems like a prejudgment, but I haven't heard it. As it relates to the special use permit, certainly the standards that I think are most important that I feel as though have been answered are 1, 2, and 3, which is to speak to the continuous enjoyment, the establishment, maintenance, and operation of the special use will not be detrimental or dangerous to the public health, safety, comfort, morals, and general welfare. I am not sure that I have sufficient evidence in front of me right now to say that what is put forward as a special use right now in the contemplated new use satisfies particularly the public health situation. So I'm going to ask more questions as it relates to standard 1, standard 2 as well for the access across the beach. I mean, certainly enough comment has been given tonight about the dog beach and its placement and what the actual limitations are of use and enjoyment and access. We have a very small amount of residents who are utilizing the dog beach, proportionate to the amount of space that's being provided to them. I'd like a little more information as to the placement of the dog beach where it is. I understand continuity, that's where it's always been, but we haven't had public citizenry down there swimming alongside these animals. So I get scared about dogs and leashes and children, and I think those things are being put together perhaps a bit harshly. And then the one that came up tonight, which I would like a bit more clarity on, is actually the parking. It did not trigger for me at the initial outset, but in hearing and contemplating the increased usage at the park, particularly to what's there today, which is really just access to the beach for the dogs, the dog owners, I see an extraordinary increase in the amount of traffic, particularly given all of what you're beautifully designing to go down there. I don't see an increase in capacity for those citizens to get down there, not to mention non-residents who might come to the beach. So I'd like you to speak to that particular special use standard as well. Does anybody else want to supplement, please?
So Matt stole almost all of my points that I was going to make, including the justification for the 6-foot wide steps and the overlook area. I know you have a special name for it. But also just expanding on his thoughts on the public safety and the beach access. If you could provide some sort of more engineering or some sort of justification for the pier as you've designed it, like, is it a want or is it a need? I need to know how it really, I need more understanding of how it helps with beach erosion and why, so if you could justify that pier for me and explain to me on a very basic level why that's going to be a benefit, I would like that. And then on the flip side, how we can diminish the safety risks, because I too have seen some safety issues at Lloyd with those big rocks. So, I need more information on that. And then I had another one. What was your other one that you just parking? What was the one before parking? Oh, the beach access. Understanding. I understand that there's a walkway behind and around the dog beach, but it does cut off access along the water. So, between the pier and the dog park, you can no longer walk the water line anymore. And I'm also not clear how the fence, assuming the powers that be do approve it into the water, that's beyond our purview, but let's assume it does get approved for whatever reason, how that crosses your property line and goes into the water. So, because on the survey or on your site plan, it does cross your property line, and I'm a little confused, and I could use a better drawing or understanding of the space, because there does seem to be some discrepancy on actual space between the Park District property line and the property to the south and those stairways. Those are my issues, and the parking.
Anybody else have any questions they'd like to sort of pre-condition for the next meeting?
I was going to say, the few notes I had coming in were fencing. There were a few comments about maybe the fencing not even being approved, but it did look a little just odd. It seemed like a cartoonish rendering, no offense to the architect or anything, but that one came up quite a bit here anyway. The length of the pier did strike me, but that's not really under, in some sense, what we're being asked here. And then the parking, I guess just my own personal opinion, I thought people would be thrilled with no more parking, and I think the expectation that this is going to be some carnival down there, doesn't seem to be even bathrooms, let alone service. I'm down there a lot. I don't see it being some big sea change in use. That's my estimation. But I'm guessing if we said, hey, in good news, there's 200 more parking spots.
Yeah.
On the beach, I'm guessing this room would be filled with 1,000 people.
I just want to
that's
hear
probably not
their
a good
thought process on it.
Yeah.
And I know we're not in deliberations now, but to look at Tower and then Lloyd and where we're going with the progression of beaches and the improvements on those beaches, people at Lloyd are parking in the grass wherever they can. It's not exactly probably what was designed and improved as, car in the grass, as close as you can to the walkway down. So I'd like to have an understanding of, we are going to start seeing cars on the tabletop of Centennial Park, how that's going to slip away from us. So I just hope some parking questions. Anybody else got questions that they want to?
I'd like to hear a little bit more about any coastal engineering reviews that are done or that were done, the engineering side that supports the features that you're talking about going out into the lake. I would like to hear about the essential character of the locale, how I know you've said that it's a beach in a park now and it'll be a beach in a park thereafter, but it'll certainly take on a different character and as a beach in a park. So I'd like to hear more of your thoughts on that, please.
My final comment, question would be the curiosity that looms over Elder, which obviously is not immediately before us, and we do understand you do have the right to present this as an independent project because of its lot being unique. It would, I think it would help allay a lot of the gray and the concerns that some folks have about what is being planned on that parcel, to the extent it, is creating a bootstrapping effect on any potential relief that we might be granting here. Then that thus being used essentially as it was granted at Centennial, so it ought to be granted at Elder. That's not fair. And again, we know and understand we're looking at two projects that are distinct, but they are also very much, as the plan had always contemplated, sort of contiguous. So,
Chair Bradley, could I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
For staff. So staff has our special use permit application for Elder. I don't know that it's ready for the board yet. So as far as whatever that question is, I know staff has our application at this point for that parcel. So whatever that may be, that information might already be in the application that we haven't received comments back on yet.
And again, I fully understand those plans are subject to change and approval by staff, and they're not to be relied upon. But again, helpful to see and understand the full vision of how you round out the projects on the beach, not just in this one instance. Okay.
If I could just add one more thing, just there seems to be some evidence that some of your funding is coming from another individual, and I'm wondering, and it's conditioned on things being approved, seems to be exactly as they are, and I'm wondering, does that create a problem for you if we suggest changes to this, or is that not an issue?
We've known all along that we have to go through all the regulatory steps, the village, the IDNR, the Army Corps. Everyone's aware of that. We all have our eyes wide open. Our funding for this project is independent of your review.
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have another question I'd love you guys to look at. I'm just wondering about the 50-year restrictive covenant and the maintenance obligations embedded in that, and how that might interact with work that would need to be done in the future and what we're signing off now, if it's just on what's being done now, or if you would have to come back in the future for any improvements related to maintenance, and what sort of the prioritization is legally in terms of who would have sign-off rights.
The Park District, with its experts, its consultants, community input, put together the Park District's plan. What you see tonight is the Park District's plan. We have a donor who likes the Park District's plan, and they've offered to support us. They have said they want us to support this plan for 50 years, as we've shown it. So what you see is what you get for the foreseeable future. There's no promise to change it. There's no promise not to maintain. We have to maintain what we're showing you. So we're not going to, there's no switcheroo. There's no change that occurs later on. The plan that the Park District put together on its own, we've received a generous offer to donate money in support of the Park District's plan. What you see.
Yeah, and that will not, we will handle this according to the standards and the proposal that's presented to us. And that's our obligation, and that's where it'll stop. Okay, so do we have, are we acceptable to move this to a date certain in the future where we can continue this? I believe that the next available date is our November meeting on November 11th. Is that right? Can we do does that work for the applicant?
Yes, the soonest day is available.
Can we do a quorum check now of availability? I'd like to have everybody present. Does anybody know right now that they will not be able to make that meeting? Good.
I think I'm in.
Good. Good. Good? Good for me. Okay, great. So then I would entertain a motion to continue this application to our November regularly scheduled zoning board meeting, which is on November 11th. Do I have? No.
You don't have to, you can.
But to what extent?
No, I said you don't have to,
Oh.
but if you needed to or wanted to, you can. You closed the public comment
Yeah.
period for this evening. You did not close the public hearing, which was correct. The public hearing is ongoing.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, if you had to do that, wanted to do that, that option is available to you.
I was going to do that after we close off this meeting, or this application. Public comment. I was
Well-
going to continue this application to a date certain.
Right.
And then handle public comment.
Public comment on this matter.
Yeah, it's already been closed.
You closed it for this evening.
Yeah.
But if, when we come back.
Oh,
at
I'm
the
sorry.
next-
I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. So I would, do we reserve the right then to reopen?
Always,
Yeah.
yes, you
So
do.
we would reserve the right to reopen public comment at the November 11th meeting to the extent any comments are, there's nobody who was able to make tonight that wants to speak at that meeting, and to the extent any new information is provided by you at that next meeting, anybody who's already spoken tonight might be available to speak to that new information.
So you still need a motion. to
Okay,
continue
can
the
I,
public
yeah, a motion, please, to continue this to our November 11th meeting?
So moved.
That's Member
Second.
Nielsen. Second is Member Haller. Roll call vote, please.
Voice vote.
Oh, voice vote, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay? All right, motion carries. We'll see you guys on November 11th. Believe it or not, we're not done. We already did a quorum check. That's new business. David, nothing else there, right? Okay. Public comment. Any members of the public here tonight wish to speak on anything not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Motion to adjourn? Member McNally, do you have a second? Member Nielsen, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are adjourned. Good night, everybody. Thank you, staff.